Hello. Hola. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Lizzie. Hello, Marshawn. Hello out there in YouTube land. Thank you for joining me. I want to give a shout out to the official King Payne. He gave me the idea to get a bell. And I didn't realize he had fans, but he uses fans too. I use them for my flashes. But let's give it up for the official King Payne. If you don't know who he is, he's got his own channel. It's a wonderful channel, and you guys should check it out. He's got some great content, especially on the Diddy trial. Sorry. Frizzes. Frizzy. So I want to give it up for him and give it up for Danny Robinson for helping me keep my channel. If it wasn't for her, I would be gone by now. 3 strikes and you're out. I had 4 strikes. And today, come to find out, she said she was doing it just for fun. Happy birthday, Prince William. Hello, happy birthday. Let's give it up for Prince William. We're going to get started, guys. Okay. Come on in, get situated, get seated. Get ready. All right, let's do YouTube. Oh, let's say hello to...
You interrupted my Tyler Perry. Get over here. Anyway, I'm going to kill this damn dog. Then he jumps up on the couch. You a bad dog today, Tyler. You being bad today. Come here. Anyway, Tyler Perry's plays took off. And Tyler began to... success was great for Tyler because he began, doing things like going out to restaurants, inviting people to come with him. And I would occasionally go out to eat with Tyler and Eric and them and hang out with them. I was kind of a distance person because this was a group of guys that were very kind of flamboyant, loud. They weren't my type of friends. They were just people that they were gay, they were loud, they were out there. And Tyler was right there snapping his fingers and doing all this type of behavior, and it just wasn't my cup of tea. And I was not comfortable being in a restaurant around these loud, gay, homosexual men. Now, I'm Black and gay and proud myself.
Hello, Perez. We're here to get the update on the Diddy content. You don't mind, do you? Let's just take a look. Let's go down here. Okay, we got this Diddy one. See one, and then we skip all the way up here. What's going on with Justin Bieber?
A very surprising.
All right. Hello, Heather. Hello, Salone. It's the Mimi show, please. Yes, we're going to do the Mimi show, but we definitely need to catch up on Diddy's trial. Because the last we left off, they were going to do they were going to have on the stand was the rug mule. So we will be going on over that too. And then we'll go right into Meghan, because I do want to, hopefully Demon Dictator will be able to join us, because I would like to finish up her interview with Emma. And then we move on to Proper Wise Guy. He's got 2 videos that I want us to watch. And then there was one also with Megyn Kelly that I wanted us to deep dive. So let's see how much we get into. Let's get started on the Diddy so we can move on.
Rising development. Hello, my fam. It is Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your #1 source for everything Diddy drama. Court was canceled today.
Uh-oh.
That's right. Everybody showed up to the federal courthouse
It
in
was
New York City,
canceled.
where the disgraced music mogul is facing charges of trafficking, racketeering, but the judge called it a day very early in the morning.
Uh-oh.
Why? A juror called out sick. Judge Subramanian revealed
Somebody's
that the
sick.
juror's partner called and told the court that the juror had vertigo symptoms and had to go home. Given the importance of every single juror, the judge had no choice but to call it a day. There is good news, though. This sick juror has all of tomorrow to recover, as well as today. Court is not in session tomorrow because of the Juneteenth holiday. We pick back up on Friday, where
it's the first day
Diddy's former assistant / drug mule, Brendan Paul, is supposed to testify. Today's delay will impact the trial, though. We are on a tight schedule.
Ooh.
The judge says that he believes the juror's absence is a one-day issue, but it throws things off. Prosecutors had told the court they were expected to wrap up their case by Friday. Today's delay and cancellation means that likely will now be pushed back to Monday. The defense had said they expect to use between 2 and 5 trial days to make their case. So that pushes us to possibly the week after next. And then after that, there's closing arguments, which will take even more time. All of those steps need to happen before the jury begins deliberating, which makes for a tight schedule if we are aiming for a verdict before the 4th of July holiday, as the judge wants. I want that too.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Speaking of jurors, remember how earlier this
there was no trial that day. Then we go up to Tuesday, which is what we got today.
First up, and we're back after 2 days off in the federal trial against disgraced music mogul Sean Combs. Multiple witnesses took the stand today, including his former drug mule. Hello, my fam. It is Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your #1 source for everything Diddy drama.
Diddy drama.
We are getting near the end of the prosecution's case in the trafficking, racketeering, and charges against this monster. His former assistant, Brendan Paul, testifying under immunity, was first up on the witness stand today. He explains that he started working for Diddy in late 2022 after graduating college and stopped when he was arrested back in March of last year. He was detained and busted by the police when he had the cocoa on his possession, the Ina, He was heading on a family vacation with Diddy and his kids. He told the jury today, quote, "It was in my Goyard bag for personal assistant duties." Brendan was originally hired to help Diddy with food and workout planning. He said that he was told to break up with any girlfriend he might have and say goodbye to his family for this 24/7 job as his assistant. His pay started at $75K a year and
How
topped out
money?
at $100,000 last January.
Why is he paying them if I'm going to be your assistant, you're going to pay me 150 starting. 150 starting. 75,000 a year. Ain't no money, Diddy. Cheap.
Paul told the court that his duties were to help organize suitcases, Amazon returns, pick up things from the pharmacy, as well as pack a lot of joints in the garage, the kind that you smoke. He claims that he had almost zero interaction with Diddy in the first few weeks of his employment. His longtime chief of staff, Christina Coram, told Paul to steer clear of Diddy while he got used to the environment.
Wow.
An average week would entail 80 to 100 hours of work. I was young,
75,000
so
a
I was
year?
able to handle it, he said. He also
75,000 a year, working 100 hours a week. There's no way that I would do that unless you were going to pay me overtime. No, I would not work for him for that amount. That's the case. He didn't have a family, didn't have a girlfriend, had nothing. He practically lived with Sean Puffy.
testified that he used Adderall and sometimes the coca to the ina to help him stay awake and put in those long hours. Paul testified that he would purchase a variety of drugs for Diddy, including the marijuana, the pink coca, ecstasy, K, and that he would buy thousands of dollars worth of substances at a time and occasionally tried them to prove his loyalty. Working for Diddy was so intense that Paul testified he once went 3 days without sleep. He had a lot of that, I'm sure. Before working for Diddy, Paul said that he smoked but did not do any other drugs. Paul said the expectation was to make sure Diddy was always happy. Quote, "He doesn't take no for an answer." His favorite strains of the marijuana were King Louis and Sunset Sherbet. Paul said that even when he wasn't working, he was always on call. Asked about procuring drugs for Diddy, he said he did it more than 5 times, but less than 10. And he told the jury he personally saw Diddy doing the coca, the K, the Mary, and the ecstasy. But not all that often, he said, and verified that he had arranged and cleaned up after hotel nights, but only a few times. Brendan said that Diddy fired him multiple times, including once for forgetting to bring his Lululemon fanny pack on a walk. He said, "I don't want to see your face and you're fired." He added, "I went to Lululemon, bought a fanny pack, and gave it to an assistant," saying that he then laid low and eventually picked up his job duties again. Oh my God. He threw someone else under the bus. Paul told the jury that he would often buy drugs from Philip Pines, one of his previous assistants. On some occasions, Paul texted a drug dealer and they would come to Diddy's home to deliver the substances. Paul said once he received the drugs, he would give them directly to Diddy or put them in the Gucci pouch where the drugs were stored. Paul testified that Diddy would often file prescriptions under a fake name, Frank Black, which he also used to check into hotels. Shady doctors making scripts out to people who don't exist. He recounted meeting up with dealers named Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl, and Ovi. That loyalty test, Paul testified, happened at Coachella. He had Tusi with him and asked me to try it if it was good. Tusi is a name for that pink substance. It's what the real fancy rich users take. Paul said he asked me to try it if it was good. Although he had never used Tusi before, he said, I wanted to prove my loyalty. So he took it. Paul said that the freak-offs, by the time he was working there, were referred to as Wild King Nights. He testified that for these nights, he would purchase the necessary tools or drugs, and also told the jury, as we've heard before from Jane, that after Cassie filed her civil lawsuit against him, he moved the Wild King Nights from hotels to private residences. Oh, I had not heard this before. Paul testified that Diddy would use Cialis. That is a pill it's a pill, right? I think it's a pill. It's a prescription for men to get them hard or help them stay hard. And it was Paul's responsibility to find a way to get whatever Diddy wanted. A text message from Diddy to Paul in February of 2024 read, "You get me Xans." Xans being short for Xanax or slang for Xanax. Paul replied, "Still working on it. Have 2 leads. Should be able to get by tomorrow. Waiting to hear from 1 more person or 2. Paul said that setting up for the Wild King Nights was very detailed. Quote, "We created a running list." We had a lot of lists. Setup would include bringing lights, Astroglide, lube, baby oil, liquor, champagne, and toiletries. You would go before they got there, call room service, have them bring up extra sheets and towels, water. Paul described the assistants, property manager, security guards, travel manager, and chief of staff all involved in obtaining drugs and supplying the Wild King Nights.
Wow.
Afterwards, he would wear gloves for sanitary reasons to clean the rooms as best he could.
I'm sure.
The jury even saw a photo of a hotel room in disarray after a Wild King night.
Wow.
Dirty sheets covered everything. Furniture was rearranged. Paul testified he sent the photo to Diddy's travel manager so she could anticipate additional charges for damages.
Wow.
And more from Brendan Paul, plus another witness and an update on the latest juror drama. I will share all of that with you in a video shortly. But until that next video, let's discuss all that we've learned in this one right now in the comment section.
Thank you, Perez, for that one. We have one more. Let's go.
Wrapping up the week with an L for his defense.
Wrapping up the
Yay!
week.
Hello, my friend. It is Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your #1 source for everything Diddy drama. I already made a video about what happened in court today from earlier. Watch that to be fully caught up. Before we resume the testimony of his former assistant and alleged drug mule, an update. There was some drama over juror number 7.
Uh-oh.
His lawyers submitted a defense application. In a trial, a juror defense application is when a defendant's lawyer requests to have a juror excused from the jury. Why did he want the juror kicked off? Initially, we were led to believe it was regarding communications with a former colleague about his juror service, allegedly. Now we're hearing, though, that the juror got a text from an unknown number asking if he was a juror on the case. The judge said he questioned juror number 7 and decided to keep him on the jury. The defense application has been denied. Speaking of the jury, today they heard about K-pop. No, not the musical genre. His former assistant, Brendan Paul, said amongst all the other substances that he would buy for Diddy, he bought K-lollipops. Keta, mean lollipops. I didn't even know that was a thing. This poor kid. Diddy would sometimes contact him during a Wild King night, aka a freak off. via audio message or FaceTime. Can you imagine having to deal with this guy normally, but then having to deal with him when he is high out of his mind?
Yeah, and doing a freak
The
off.
jury saw photos of outfits from a sex shop that Paul sent to Diddy. Paul testified that Diddy had asked him to run to the store while he was with Jane. But Diddy never responded after Paul sent the picture of the outfits. When Paul was arrested for drug possession last year, when they were boarding Diddy's private plane, he said he refused to tell authorities why he was carrying those drugs. Even though they were not his, Paul said he didn't give up any names. When the prosecutor asked why he initially was not helpful to law enforcement, Brendan said, loyalty. Today, however, the prosecutor, Christy Slavic, explicitly asked Brendan whose drugs they were. He said, Diddy's. And then it was time for the defense to cross-examine the witness. You were not some drug mule, am I right? Brian Steele asked. Paul responded, absolutely not. Asked by Steele what he understood a drug mule to be, he said, someone who traffics kilos and kilos across the world. I think you were a drug mule. Steele then asked if the amount of drugs Diddy used was minimal. This was just personal use, he asked, to which Paul responded, yes, that was my understanding. Asked if he ever observed Jane being hesitant or apprehensive before a freak-off, Paul responded, no. She was a willing participant. You would never work for a criminal, would you? Absolutely not, said Paul. You never thought that King Night involves anything that was criminal, Steele pushed. He said no. He said no criminal enterprise. Paul said no. Paul said that getting drugs for Diddy was a minor part of his job. Diddy's mom, Janice, was in court today, as well as his son, Justin, hearing all of this lovely testimony. Despite everything, Brendan says that working for Diddy was a good experience for the most part. When asked how he feels about Combs, Paul did not have a quick and definitive response. He said, it's complicated. And that was a wrap on the former assistant. The jury then saw text messages between Diddy and Cassie, his ex-girlfriend. In one message from March of 2017, Cassie told him, you beat my head in. Diddy responded saying, you flipping on me or what? Cassie shot back, no, I just don't want to be beat down for being defiant or ever. You treat me and make me feel like I don't matter. You started all of this, Diddy wrote back. Cassie responded, I guess I'm not down with abuse.
Dang.
It doesn't make sense to me. She added, you hit me in my head 2 good times. That didn't make me feel good. I know I'm not crazy. His response, I'm hurt. You have disrespected me so much in the last 12 months. You think you talking to one of your little F boys? He told her. They can have you with that shh. I'm not talking no more. Another day in March of 2017, Cassie texted Diddy, you treat me like a hook.
Cassie.
Special Agent Joseph Cerciello of Homeland Security was walking the jury through all of these text messages. There were a lot. A few months later, in May of 2017, Cassie told Diddy she didn't deserve to be beaten by him. That's not love, that's possession. She told him that as soon as you get effed up, you drag me down the hall by my hair. Cassie also told him, I was scared of your rage. I talk out of line sometimes and I do apologize, but that doesn't mean I don't love you and your love shouldn't equate to what you do for me. Physicalities, abuse, take it somewhere else. His response, you're whack. And I know and everyone knows you were acting like a little B to the I to the T to the C to the H, B. The special agent testified that he reviewed documents related to a hotel stay in January of 2023. He was charged $37.50. He was charged $3,750 for damaged furniture. A report from the hotel said there were bodily fluids stained on the wood floor across the entire room and on some of the furniture. Another record from a hotel stay in December of 2021 showed a bill for $6,000 for damages that he caused. More damages in April of 2023. A note from the hotel said, room 917, linens and smoking in room, linens soaked in baby oil on carpet, as well as evidence of smoking in the room. A no-no. That was a wrap on the special agent, but he will be back on Monday. The prosecution is expected to wrap their case then. If that is the case, his lawyers told the judge today that they might be able to wrap their case Tuesday or Wednesday. That means closing arguments might begin Thursday, Judge Subramanian said. He instructed the jury not to discuss the case with anyone or read anything about it. He also ordered prosecutors and defense attorneys to begin preparations for deliberations. He wants the government to prepare a laptop with exhibits and for both sides to confer on potential redactions from the transcript of testimony jurors want to hear again. Whew, we are getting to the finish line. We covered a lot of ground in this video. Let's discuss everything in the comments section. And of course, I will see you on Monday because I am Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your #1 source for everything Diddy drama. See you in the comment section.
All right, we are done with Diddy. Let's move on to Meghan and Harry. We're going to do Megyn Kelly's video first. This is her reaction on the twerking video, by the way. And hello, Susan. They probably won't see the light of day, similar to the Epstein stuff. I don't know why they're in there. Do the juries in the Diddy case have seen the freak off tapes? Yes, they have. They have seen the tapes. At least 1 or 2 of them. Please hit the like button. Wow. I don't know how she made it through I don't know how Meghan made it through past Queen Elizabeth. I would have told Harry, no, she's not right for you. She's not good for you. The Mimi, Letitia. Okay, let's do the Mimi song. Goldilocks. They playing Goldilocks and the Three Bears. That's a fun game. We've been playing all night. I thought she would be asleep by now, but she's not. She's up with her daddy. Just to update you guys on my strikes, they're still pending. Nothing's happening right now with them, but Danny Robinson, again, she's working on those for me, and looks like everything is going to be fine. I shouldn't have to leave YouTube, so I appreciate her a lot.
Okay. Wow. Wow, it's been a long time since I saw you. How much is your own? Bye, don't leave me.
Oh, hold on, guys. Just 1 second. Come in. Where is my song? Guys, taking me forever. Hold on, guys. Give me a sec. Is Demon Dictator here yet? No, she's still. God, there we go. So I say we wait on the Meghan's interview. It's kind of slow, so I wanted to wait for Demon Dictator. So how about we'll do one of Proper Wise Guys videos, and then we'll come back and hopefully she's here. Hopefully she comes. Okay, let me try the song here. I'm looking for it. You know what? I want to go in the other room. I kind of do. I want to sit in there. Yes, isn't it? It really is. So yeah, Danny said I'm not losing my channel. So we should be good there. It's nothing that she did. Nothing that Maggie did to, um, nothing she did to help me not lose my channel, because while she was playing around and saying, oh, she just wanted us to feel what she was feeling. She struck my channel 4 times. Three strikes, you're out normally. Anyway, that's over with. I'm moving on from that, and I'm moving on from her. I have nothing else to say to her. I don't ever need to bring her name up for any reason. So that's that on that. moving. This is called moving. We're moving to a new spot, okay? I'm setting up. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, I forgot my beer. I don't want it right now anyway. If I need one, I'll go get it. I had the music up just a moment ago, and then it just disappeared. Oh, God. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, get rid of that. That. And then, here it is.
The Mimi Show. The Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. The Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show.
It's the...
It's the Mimi Show.
I gotta go get my fan.
It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 yeah. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 yeah. The Mimi Show is the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. The Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. The Mimi Show is the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. The Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 yeah.
Can we play it again?
The Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show.
Hello, Doodoo Bird. Hello, Helen B.
Show. It's the Mimi Show.
Let me get some water.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh, oh, oh, yeah. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. Mimi Show, it's the Mimi Show. Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh.
yeah.
I hope you guys like the raw mess today. Raw chaos.
The Mimi Show, it's the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. The Mimi Show, it's the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It was getting on my nerves. Dang, it's over.
It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Until the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show,
Okay, girl.
the Mimi Show.
I can't do what she did.
Yes, the Mimi Show. Oh, oh, oh,
I can pretend.
oh, oh, oh,
There.
oh, oh. Yeah.
There's the twerk.
It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show.
All right, Doodle Bird.
The Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show.
Twerk. Twerk it, twerk it, twerk, 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 twerk.
The Mimi Show, the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show.
The Mimi Show.
Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. Yes, the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. Yes, the Mimi Show, it's the Mimi Show, the Mimi
Show,
Show.
oh, oh.
It's the
Mimi Show.
the Mimi Show.
Oh, oh.
It's the Mimi Show. Oh, 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 oh. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show.
Hello, Kamari. Salon. Somebody might make it Wayne, make it Wayne.
It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show.
Make it Wayne, make it Wayne. What did you say? Somebody might make it Wayne.
It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show, the Mimi Show. It's the Mimi Show.
Oh, you guys are a mess.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, oh, oh. Okay. This eye look like it's doing something. Like it's going off. Like it's not straight. Doesn't it look like that to you guys? Like there's something wrong with this eye? Babe, there's something wrong with this eye. Eric,
Yeah.
there's something wrong with my eyes.
What's wrong with it?
You think I'm dehydrated?
Well, what's going on with your eyes?
But look at it. Doesn't it look like this eye is going off by itself?
No.
It doesn't?
Mm-mm.
It look regular?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Because you don't pay attention.
Why would I notice something like that? I don't see anything.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
It just looks like this on the screen then.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
probably just the way the screen's hitting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look fine.
You guys are funny. Listen, make it wane, make it wane. La 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 la. Letitia singing the night away. It's nice to see you laugh and smile. Yes, I know. I do. I feel good. I felt good yesterday. I really did. I felt good yesterday. I really have divorced myself from it. If that makes sense. I've divorced myself from it. Like I don't. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'll never forget. But yeah, I don't want to talk about her no more. I'm gonna pretend like, she went away and I went away and we're just, I don't ever foresee, ever, I mean that, ever foresee us ever speaking again. Even speaking again. We have severed our ties together, and whatever it was is over. Meaning, whatever she called it. I heard her channel got taken down. Yep. I really don't have anything to say about it. But just, it is what it is. What else? I think that's it. That's all. I don't really want to talk about her no more. It feels like she's a Debbie Downer to me. Debbie Downer. Like brings the atmosphere down. And I like it up. So if you guys have any questions, that's fine. I can answer them. But as of right now, my channel is still up and it's not going to go down. And Danny Robinson has helped me out in a wonderful way. I can't thank her enough for what she's done for me and helped me keep my channel. If it had not been for her, I wouldn't have been able to keep my channel. That's the truth. If it wasn't for Danny, I wouldn't have my channel. I wouldn't be up right now. So the only thing that I have left to say about that whole situation is that she was playing a game, but she was playing one that could have cost me my channel, and she didn't care. So, no, we were never friends. We were never friends. I was a friend to her, but she was never a friend to me. There was a glimpse of it. But when I look back and think about some of the things, like I liked her personality. I thought she was funny. I didn't take her too seriously, and I still don't. Yeah, but I know so much more. And I learned something from this experience that you can't befriend everybody. That's a no-no. So let's move on. Kamora said, let's say our own wording. Wow, that don't sound good, Doodoo Bird. But it's definitely time to move on and pay her the dust she deserves. I like that, Salone. You're funny. Yes. All right. Let's get to it. Let's talk about I want to see Megyn Kelly's interview. Her talking about Meghan. She holds back nothing. That is the video I want to watch with Demon Dictator if she's ever available. Let's go to my page here. Okay.
Could lead to a reconciliation with his.
Okay, let's do. Wow, he had a whole hour. Okay, guys, it's up to you. Which one do you want to see? Megyn Kelly or Dan Wooden? Put a 1 in the chat for for Kelly, Megyn Kelly, and a 2 in the chat for Dan Wooden. Okay, that's Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly it is.
Meghan Markle posted a bizarre video on her social media yesterday, which sent several people into absolute meltdown. It is the cringiest, most uncomfortable piece of tape I've seen in a long time. I'm sorry, but I'm going to make you watch it. SOT 24. Meghan Markle posted a bizarre video on her social media yesterday, which sent several people into absolute meltdown. It is the cringiest, most uncomfortable piece of tape I've seen in a long time. I'm sorry, but I'm going to make you watch it. SOT 24. 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, hit the baby model when I step into the house. She's supposedly 9 months pregnant in the hospital room, dancing with a big belly. Harry's there too. She's kind of twerking. She hikes her dress, circles her genitals around and around. Okay. This is deeply problematic on a number of levels. Number one, here's the problem.
She said this is problematic all the way around. Hello, Bow Wow. Well, great. Let me know if you want to come up, if you have anything you want to say or whatever. If you want to come up, Bow Wow, you're more than welcome. I'll drop the link. In the meantime, I appreciate you stopping by and showing me some love. I'm paranoid. Let's see. Yeah, what are you cooking? She does go for it. She did go for it. Meghan went for it. She did. She's desperate. This was a desperate move. Please, somebody, look at me. It's almost like she rehearsed this. They rehearsed it. Don't it look like that?
2 month, 3 month, hit the baby mama when I step into the bell.
She's
Yeah, I'm pregnant, but I gotta
supposedly
get
9 months
out.
pregnant. Harry's there too. She's kind of twerking. She's going to twerk. Comes Harry. She spreads her legs. She hikes her dress. She circles her genitals around and around. Okay. This is deeply problematic on a number of levels. Number one, here's the problem. We don't like you, Meghan Markle. We don't like you. And no amount of posting videos that you...
We don't like you. We don't. We do not like you. That's the truth. Is that the truth? No one likes her. No one likes her. Oh, interesting. Stuffed hamburgers. That's interesting. I know. So she can't even twerk properly. No make I can rain for you. No making it rain for you. LOL. There's a lot of extra footage. Hello, Debbie. It's on stage and rehearsed. It looked like she may have rehearsed at that. You ready? I'm ready. She did look rehearsed. All the way around is right. Do not pursue, twerk that thing in my direction. We never know when that thing may go off. Deeply problematic. That's what she said. We just don't like you. That's interesting, Bow Wow. Like, I would really like to try that. Like, I've never heard of that before in a hamburger. Cream cheese. I've heard of it in like chicken, like stuffed chicken, cream cheese, maybe. Interesting. Too bad we can't see a picture of that. Yeah, it looks weird. It looks rehearsed. No. She must have missed the rehearsal. I'm starting to have chills, nausea, and tremors just hearing her name. Wow. Isn't that something? They put that table there to hide her high heels. So, yes, very strange. That is funny. You know what? I love the way Megyn Kelly tells it so bluntly. You just don't like you. We just don't like you. We just don't like you. That is just mean. If you just flat out just tell someone, we just don't like you.
You think are going to humanize you will make us like you. You've already shown us your true colors. We know who you are. You helped kill the queen.
You're going to try to help humanize yourself. She's trying to make herself human. She said, you're trying to help humanize yourself. In other words, for you to be human, not cray-cray or something different, allegedly. Like Megyn Kelly doesn't hold back. You're going to think that this little stunt is going to make us like you. That's what she was doing. Did you see my mama baby dance? You're who? Girl, you look a mess. I wouldn't have been twerking like that if I was a duchess. I wouldn't need to. And if I did, I would have did it for me and my husband. And that's it. Wouldn't have been for the world to see, but she's desperate. I guess desperate times call desperate measures. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Shoot, Megyn Kelly is brutal.
This is deeply problematic on a number of levels. Number one, here's the problem. We don't like you, Meghan Markle. We don't like you. And no amount of posting videos that you think are going to humanize you will make us like you. You've already shown us your true colors. We know who you are. You helped kill the queen. You didn't give two shits about calling the royal family racist while Prince Philip was on his deathbed and casting aspersions on him. You have completely undermined all the amazing...
Wow, she just ran it down. She said, you killed the queen, first of all. Then you called them racist while Philip was in the hospital dying on his deathbed. Yeah, she didn't care. She knew he was sick. They had to hear that before they left, that they were racist by someone that they embraced, let into their home. Come in, have a seat, trusting someone. Trust is such a big word. Megyn can't be trusted. Megyn can't be trusted. So it's hard to like someone that you can't trust. Because if you don't have trust, you don't have anything. Nothing. What's the sense of falling in love if you can't trust? It's like the Diddy trial. Them women loved Diddy. But they couldn't trust him. And then he was beating them. Megyn Kelly has broke it down to us to let us know that she is a menace to the royal family. She was mean, disgusting, nasty behavior that this woman has done, and she will not be able to recuperate from it. I told you that Oprah Winfrey interview was going to haunt her for the rest of her life, for getting on there saying that the royal family was racist at any time. Saying that after they opened the gates for her. They opened the chapel for her. They gave her this big lavish wedding that she wanted. The spectacle was for them. Oh, the spectacle. She called it a spectacle. Your wedding was a spectacle? Her choice of words is just demeaning. Remember she was in that podcast with that lady that has that really high voice? Yes, Meghan. Do you love yourself? Do you love Harry? That lady. Okay. That interview. Yeah. That one. Forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, moving back to Megyn Kelly. She called the family racist. Will we ever forget that? Will that ever get out of our minds? I remember where I was the day that she said it. I was at my other house. And we had Kara at the time. I was in the living room listening to it, and just remember just holding on to myself and saying, oh, this thing is disgusting. And you kill the queen, mic drops. It looks rehearsed, or it's just that she has done that dance many times over, just thinking out loud. That makes sense. Helen B. Doo-doo birds. Yes, Prince Philip. Yes, Harry did kill our late queen with a broken heart. Both of them involved. Mostly her. He allowed it to happen. That's what makes him disgusting. Because I need to clean this table off. He allowed it to go down. Okay, Megyn, do what you want. It's your prerogative. Opened everything for that brat. Open up the gates. It is disgusting. She's not a lady. She was not acting like a lady. And she should have just kept that in her privateness, because it really made the British people want her titles. That was for sure. Hello, Julie. Well, welcome. Megyn Kelly is now going off on Megyn, letting her know that no one likes her. And why? Because we found out about who you really are. You're heartless. You're a bully. You're nasty. You're disgusting. You used Harry for his fame. You used him to become an A-lister. Then you used the family too and said you were ready to do this. You were ready to do everything that Harry had to do. No, you knew you weren't gonna like that. No, she knew she wanted to live in a mansion with a whole bunch of bedrooms and stuff in California by her friends that she invited to the wedding. Yeah, she needs something, because that interview was cringe. Ola. That lady Emma asked her some great questions, I thought, and Megyn could not answer them correctly. She just had to she was on something else. It was like, answer the question. It's simple. And she really wasn't able to give her a good answer. It was really, yeah. I really want to watch that. I'm waiting on Dictator, though, if she comes. The whole time MM had her eyes on William, she wanted to destroy that marriage and become queen. Girl, please. Megyn, you was never going to be queen. No, unfortunately, there is no help for her. She is too old to be fixed. Once you're set at a certain age, you're done. But not just that, the age. I think that she doesn't think there's anything wrong with her. It's everybody else that has the problem. She's in denial about her popularity. Someone has got to let her know that it is in the toilet. Yeah, she's acting that way. She's never changed. She's not going to change. Where she's going next? She's making a wine. Mm-hmm. A wine is coming to town in September or August. August. Yeah. Yeah, is it true that all her new stock sold out? And kind of seen it, but I didn't watch it. Yes, there's no more stock. It was gone in 15 minutes, maybe, because she's not making enough products. She doesn't know the demand yet. I thought she was going to sit back and assess. Like, she doesn't know how to run a business, but she doesn't have people around her that she will allow to help her run the business. Because if she did allow people to do their job, she may be successful. Like she told Emma, I have 80 people surrounding me for the cooking show. She had like she worked with those people all the time. Nope, you only was working with them from the show. You're not working with them now. And Emma's looking at her like, you fake. She's fake. She's really, really fake. There's nothing authentic about her. And I really believe Emma was trying to bring that authenticness out of her. Yes, Susan, I agree with you. I definitely would not be drinking that. I know, and I like red. I'm a red wine drinker. So I wouldn't even like it. And no offense to her wine, because it could be good to some, but I probably just wouldn't like it because of the flavor. What it's like a Cabernet or a blush or a rose or something, they said. She'll make a wine. As ever, because it means as, oh, let's watch that. As ever, look at her bragging on herself. It's far. She just posted.
Okay. Cat's out of the bag. I'm shocked we've kept this a secret for so long. In 2 weeks, my show is coming out, which I'm so excited for. And also my business, which I think there's been a lot of curiosity about. Last year, I had thought, you know what, American Riviera, that sounds like such a great name. It's my neighborhood. It's a nickname for Santa Barbara. But it limited me to things that were just manufactured and grown in this area. Then Netflix came on, not just as my partner in the show, but as my partner in my business, which was huge. So I thought about it, and I've been waiting for a moment to share a name that I had secured in 2022, and this is the moment. And it's called As Ever. As Ever essentially means as it's always been. And if you followed me since 2014 with the TIG, you know I've always loved cooking and crafting and gardening. This is what I do. And I haven't been able to share it with you in the same way for the past few years, but now I can. So as
she hasn't been able to share it with us like she's wanted to in the last few years, but now she's sharing it with us. Okay. Oh, Susan, this is coming from Napa Valley or somewhere in California at a vineyard. It's not coming out of France. Oh, interesting, Helen. Why sell it then? Somebody said she's not doing it for the money. Please. I think Ron said that. Yes, she is doing this for the money. If she wasn't, then why wasn't she giving it to charity? She is off her rocker. I think August. August. Hello, Julie. I can't drink wine. It gives me heartburn. Bad. Oh, ouch. I bet hers would do me in. Yeah, she looks thin there. A little bit. Skeleton. Yeah, it just kind of looked like it sucked in a little bit. Yeah. Mine looked like it and blew up. She has been whining for a long time. Nothing new.
Things are starting to trickle out there. I wanted you to hear it from me first. Of course, there will be fruit preserves. I think we're all clear at this point that jam is my jam. But there's so many more products that I just love that I use in my home. And now it's time to share.
God, her voice is annoying. She's annoying. Girl, you are annoying. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know that. Your voice is annoying. Just, you are annoying. You just can't be yourself, can you? You just can't be that person you are around your husband or around your coworkers. Not coworkers, the people that she hires. She's too busy being a dictator on heels. She just fired 6 people. You can't keep staff. Oh, it's so pathetic. It's pathetic because it doesn't know what it's doing, and it's trying so hard to prove itself to someone. Who are you trying to prove yourself to? This doesn't look like success to me.
Share it with you. So I can't wait for you to see it. Thanks, guys.
It's recording.
Okay. Cat's out of the bag. I'm shocked we've kept this a secret for so long. In 2 weeks, my show's coming out, which I'm so excited for. And also my business, which I think there's been a lot of curiosity about. Last year, I had thought, you know what, American Riviera, that sounds like such a great name. It's my neighborhood. It's a nickname for Santa Barbara. But it limited me to things that were just manufactured and grown in this area. Then Netflix came on, not just as my partner in the show, but as my partner in my business, which was huge. So I thought about it, and I've been waiting for a moment to share a name that I had secured in 2022. And this is the moment. And it's called As Ever. As Ever essentially means as it's always been. And if you followed me since 2014 with the TIG, you know I've always loved cooking and crafting and gardening. This is what I do. And I haven't been able to share it with you in the same way for the past few years, but now I can. So as things are starting to trickle out there, I wanted you to hear it from me first. Of course, there will be fruit preserves.
She said that's what she does. That's what she does. Like she's been a Martha Stewart all her life. This is her new adventure, but this is what she really loves to do. This is her. This is it right here. This is the bottom line with crafting and cooking. And I wouldn't be doing this. I would be a princess over there in the United Kingdom. Yes, I would be eating a late night snack. Shoot, how stupid can you be? You got up and you left. You got up and you left for what? Gardening? Instagram? Twerking on a video? Wine? A hotel? Clothes? You don't know what you want to do. You're all over the place. That's someone to me that's not stable. Like, she's got so many things going on that is just on another level because she thinks she can do all these things now that she's a, royal. Write a book, act as ever, cook. I mean, come on, what can't she do? Female founder. A female founder, entrepreneur. That's what she wants us to call her now. Entrepreneur, the Duchess of Entrepreneurship. No, she needs to get somewhere and sit down. I canceled my Netflix subscription and will not ever, ever watch them again. Look at her. I canceled mine too. Or did I cancel it? I canceled it and then I got it again so I could watch as ever, so I can see what the hell is going on. Now that I know what's going to be going on, I'm not interested in season 2. That twerking really did her in. Everybody knows she didn't carry those babies. Did she admit that she can't have children? Did I see that somewhere? Yes, I did too, Doodoo Bird. There was a dream. No, I read it too. It said that she had a hysterectomy. That's what I read today. I was shocked. Is that what she's trying to do? Really? They hated her voice? Honestly, I thought she did pretty good with that. Maybe I did. I thought she did okay with the Disney thing with the elephants. But some parts were kind of like cringy when she would change her voice. Have everyone checked the song she danced in is a new version, maybe 2 years, I guess. Really? Meg soon. Meaning this was recent, staged. Hello, Babette. Yeah, it's something wrong with it. It's not that appealing. It's just.
And now it's time to share it with you.
My
So I can't wait for you to see it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's get back to Megyn Kelly. Because Megyn Kelly wanted us to know that she killed the queen and she called them racist while Philip was in the hospital. And she, what's she doing, Megyn? Yep. Wow, she is killing it. Did y'all see that? Okay, let me bring it back.
The royal family, even if we're not big on royalty. She's reportedly bullied virtually everybody who's ever worked for her. She can't keep a staff in London. She can't keep a staff in Montecito. She's a bully. She's obsessed with her own ego, face on television, etc., and playing the victim. So no amount of humanizing videos, even if she managed to find one, are going to work. You know, if you actually are a good person, you don't show up at the Uvalde mass school shooting and put yourself on camera and make it about you. You don't see photo op when you see dead children, which
you don't do the things that she does. People don't do that. People aren't showing up for a photo op. That's what she did. If the photo op she should have showed up for was for her father, because he was in the hospital at the same time she went to Uvalde. He was in the hospital for a heart attack. And she, instead of going to see her father, she went to Uvalde. I said, no, she didn't. She hopped on a plane, went there to see, first of all, for a PR stunt all the way. And I don't know who was advising her, but no. Shame. But it was just so tacky. She went there and then go see her father. Girl, talking about family's important. She is something else. Then you hear her say her grandfather had some antique store or something when she was growing up, and that's where she learned business. I believe she is lying on my mother's side. She howls and hisses and even bites Sue. No way. Now Sue has to use earplugs when playing MM's podcast. No way. Sue Me's cat hates her voice so much she howls and hisses and even bites Sue. Now Sue has to use earplugs when playing MM's podcast. That is funny. Hello, Isabella. Wow. Meghan Kelly ran it down. She said they have done nothing but being nice to you. They've given you everything. They provided for you. They rolled off the red carpet for you. And then you treat them like crap. This is how you treat them after they treat you good. And then she runs to Uvalde. And not only did she run to Uvalde, but she also went to the LA fires. In the way, she made herself look like a fool. She keeps doing that. She's not listening to anyone. Her PR team they're not listening. They were all in the way. They were down there trying to help people. They were not them too, not Harry and Meghan. They just look really desperate. Just desperate. Here we are, we're here. What do you need us to do? We're acting, but we're just here because this is what we do. Get the hell out of there, and people wanted to say. Go home. Then she donated a bag and left. That's what Paula said. She stayed 15, 20 minutes. She didn't stay long. She wasn't helping the shelters. Then walking on people's houses. Meghan doesn't have any respect. Yeah, she could have mentioned that. My father was on Married with Children. She probably shamed of the show. Oh, you know, she manipulates the story all the time. She does. She did hysterectomy in 2006, confirmed by resources her mother and father. I read that too today, Lizzie. Mm-hmm. It's Audie is his name, is a beautiful and clearly a very intelligent cat. I haven't watched her in ages either, but I used to love hearing Audie's latest adventures and mischiefs making. Aw, that is so cute. She elevated his grandfather's status to antique dealer, but didn't go to his funeral. Doria allegedly took him out to get his house. Wow. Interesting, Susan. That's a shame, Megan. You didn't even go to the funeral. You had got too high and mighty then. Hello, dictator. I want to finish that video. I've been waiting on you, dictator. I said we were going to wait on you before we finish the interview, but we'll get to it. And you're welcome to come up. I know you probably just woke up, so, you know, take your time. Yeah, I was like, well, let's wait on Demon Dictator for that, because we got halfway done with her interview with that lady, and it was just interesting. It was interesting because of the lady, Emma. Okay, so Megyn Kelly is letting her know who she really is. And it's interesting. It's so interesting how Megyn Kelly is breaking down who this person is because she hasn't missed a beat. Megyn Kelly have not missed a beat.
She did. So spare us the attempt. Okay, to waste everybody's time. But secondly, like the gross disrespect to the intimacy and privacy of marriage and childbirth. You know, there are some moments that are supposed to be between a husband and a wife only. Yep. And the moments before you give birth to your child is one of them. When you are together in that room and your child is coming. And maybe you do have a fun moment. This is not how I spent my moments before giving birth, but maybe you do have a fun.
Hello, dictator.
Hello, everybody. I have just woken up. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. We did Diddy, and now we're doing Meghan. How's Penelope?
She's okay. She's hiding somewhere because it's hot. It's hot here.
It's hot?
Yeah.
It's hot here, too.
Yeah. Is Megyn Kelly ripping her to pieces again?
Oh, God, she hurt us. She just ran her down. She said, we don't like you, okay? And then she told her why. She said, because you called them racist. And then Philip was in the hospital during that time. So you killed Queen Elizabeth. And then she said, you called them racist. And she just went off. Said you went to Uvalde and was doing a PR stunt.
That was terrible, what she did there.
Yes.
That was shameful.
So
absolutely shameful.
It was so shameful.
She's getting told off by everybody, and I love it. She's getting her just hurts now. She's
Uh-huh.
getting her karma now.
Yep. She's
People
getting
are coming for
told
her.
that, wait a minute, this is the way, this is who you are. And this
Yeah.
is who we see that you are. And you can't hide from it. You can't pretend like it's not happening.
Nope. They're coming for her now.
Yeah. I want to do the rest of that video if we have time.
Okay. What do you want to do that today, or do you want to do that later?
Today, right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
You want to do that now?
Right after Meghan Kelly.
Okay.
You think it's too slow?
No, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can do
Okay.
that. I'll get up. I'll get out of bed.
Never visit Thomas. Next thing M said her father would went to the hospital for excuse not to turn up for the wedding. I know.
That was all so strange, that wedding. What was going on there?
It was
all just too much drama.
I like the word strange. It was strange.
It was all hated each other. They were all shouting at each other. Thomas Markle's writing letters, don't let her near children and animals. And her dad's having a heart attack. And oh my goodness, the whole family's like, oh, what have we done here?
Probably said, woo, are you sure, Harry?
Oh, all family's like, whoa, what have you done, Harry?
A mess.
One moment. But it's private. It's actually holy. And for her to need to make it into an ego trip, which she's clearly doing. Look at me dancing. I'm still fun and I'm sexy. And I have this great marriage. And here's Harry being like a normal guy is disrespectful, I think, to the moment, to the child, and truly to like the sanctity of what goes on for any humans who are actually in that situation. She's drunk on her own ego. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, what did I just watch? What a bizarre, you've now ruined the entire vibe of the first hour, Meghan. I hope you realize what you've done.
My apologies.
I will never forgive you for such a thing. It's funny because watching it is, you're right. Like there's maybe a thought that they have a private moment like that. And maybe it's nice between them. And it's a nice memory of a silly moment before she gives birth. What it feels like to me is she's in a PR firm meeting and someone says, we need to humanize you. Go through your phone, find some fun moments of you and Harry, and we'll post them.
Humanize her.
That was exactly what it is. Everyone saw straight through that and went, that's exactly, they're all going,
yes,
you're in trouble. Everybody hates you. Every day they hate you more. Let's try and make you relatable. Let's try and fix this. And she gone and made it worse.
Made it worse. They wanted her titles.
Oh, I got some gossip. I said this the other day.
Okay.
And I don't know and I don't know if it's real, but I heard it from a lawyer that they were so mortified by this dance that they are planning to, there are things underway in Parliament to take Harry out of the line of succession.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but a lawyer said that.
Oh, wow.
Enough, and he's coming out of the line of succession. They said that they're going to let him keep his titles and everything else, but they're going to take him out of the line of succession.
Yeah, they need to do that. That is something that they should have done a long time ago.
They need to do something. I don't know if it's true. but we'll
They
see.
do need to,
Do
because
something.
if there is a chance in hell that he can become king, then they need to do something. And that is a chance. Shoot, can you imagine her being queen?
They never would. If anything was to happen to William and his family and they got into that place, they would never get there. They would take him out.
Oh, Willie.
The British, no, they would never let them become king or queen. He wouldn't qualify because he's a drug addict.
Oh,
He's
wow.
a traitor and a drug addict, so he wouldn't actually qualify. Prince Andrew wouldn't qualify either because of his behaviour.
Okay.
Just because you're in the line of succession, it doesn't mean that you actually automatically qualify. So we will see if that's going to happen.
She buried her. She ate her up. She chewed her up and threw her out.
You've already shown us your true colors. We know who you are. You helped kill the queen. You didn't give two shits about calling the royal family racist while Prince Philip was on his deathbed and casting aspersions on him. You have completely undermined all the amazing gifts that this family has given you as nothing and suggested that they didn't care you were suicidal and they were the ones who drove you there. So she has absolutely no love lost between her and most people who may be somewhat warm towards the royal family, even if we're not big on royalty. She's reportedly bullied virtually everybody who's ever worked for her. She can't keep a staff in London. She can't keep a staff in Montecito. She's a bully. She's obsessed with her own ego, face on television, etc., and playing the victim. So no amount of humanizing videos, even if she managed to find one, are going to work. If you actually are a good person, you don't show up at the Uvalde mass school shooting and put yourself on camera and make it about you. You don't see photo op when you see dead children, which she did. So spare us the attempt. Okay, it's a waste of everybody's time. But secondly, like the gross disrespect to the intimacy and privacy of marriage and childbirth. There are some moments that are supposed to be between a husband and a wife only. And the moments before you give birth to your child is one of them. When you are together in that room and your child is coming. And maybe you do have a fun moment. This is not how I spent my moments before giving birth, but maybe you do have a fun moment, but it's private. It's actually holy. And for her to need to make it into an ego trip, which she's clearly doing. Look at me dancing. I'm still fun and I'm sexy. And I have this great marriage. And here's Harry being like a normal guy is disrespectful, I think, to the moment, to the child, and truly to like the sanctity of what goes on for any humans who are actually in that situation. She's drunk on her own ego. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, what did I just watch?
She says she's drunk in her ego. She ripped her apart. She called her a bully. She said, "You are a bully."
It's a horrible person.
Hell didn't hold back.
You go, Meghan. The whole of Great Britain is behind you, ripping her to pieces.
Right.
It's time that people actually put their neck on the line and go, that she's a horrible person.
Yes, and say something.
And she's a great person. She's a victim. Just come on, people, just come out and just rip her to pieces. Tell the truth.
She is not a victim. She's a bully. She sits around and bullies people. Get to work. No, you can't have lunch. Get somewhere and sit down. No, I said, I want to do it this way, not that way. My way or the highway. What did I say? I'm the boss. Just mean. And then gets on camera and just switches it off.
Yeah. We can't fail. There's no failure in this house.
Right.
No failure in this company. And if you don't like it, I'm going to sack you.
And they are failing.
I'm going to sack all of you. Oh.
She can't keep it stocked. she had some more stuff that she was selling today. Some apricot orange spread and honey orange something.
Yeah.
She
I
had
think I bet it's true what Manuel said. I love her. She's so great, Manuela. That she literally just grabbed some apricot jam from somewhere and just five jars of it or 2 jars of it from somewhere, put a label on it, went, look, I've got some more stock. Oh, it's sold out again. She probably had 2 jars. Allegedly,
she
the
in
new
trouble for that
yeah.
because them people that know their taste, they know how their stuff tastes, and if it's tasting the same as theirs, they will say she's using our stuff.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
It's all going to come out. It's just all some nasty stuff.
Yeah, and something is going on with them kids. Something is going on with the birth.
The kid, we all know that for years. It's going to come out, it'll come out one day. I think it's getting close. Is it getting closer? Isabella, I heard that is a YouTuber called HRH Jen. She does Meghan, and she has one of her guests called John Witherspoon, and he's a lawyer in Washington. He does a lot of YouTubers, and he said that he got a call from somebody in London, another lawyer in London, who told him that this was all underway.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's HRH Jen. She's a great YouTuber about Harry and Meghan.
Thank you for that information. Thanks for bringing that information. And that is interesting because they need to do something. They need to be discussing it. They need to be figuring it out. They need to get him off the thing because he serves no good. That would not be. Meghan would have her A-listers all in the castle.
Yeah, I think when Charles is gone, bless his soul, it will happen when William comes in. I think it's all in motion, but I think because Harry's Charles's son, he doesn't want to hurt him or make him look bad. So I think once he's passed, William will come after him.
Yeah. I do believe that. I don't think he's going to let him get away with what he's been getting away with.
The whole royal family just wait, Harry, we're going to come for you, but I think they'll do it once Charles is gone. They might do something now, if this is true, take him out the line of succession, just to give him a warning. Just to give him a warning, look, come on, sort yourself out, or you'll get further. We could take you out the line of succession. If you carry on, you'll get more. It's like a first warning, when you're at work, you get a warning.
Wow. Remember, MM said the nurse told her to take the unborn baby buried backyard from when she miscarried. Yes, I do remember that.
That's not true. There's no way. That's illegal.
See, I had a friend of mine that did that, and she took her baby home here in Texas, and maybe it's just the law in California is different.
Really? Because that's human remains. That has to be buried.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. I was like, whoa.
What did she do with it? What did your friend do?
I never found out at the end. Yeah, I was tripping.
That's weird.
I was tripping so hard that I was just like, no, I think I would have left the baby at the hospital.
You could probably take it to the funeral directors or somewhere like that, but you wouldn't be able to.
They have a funeral thing there.
Yeah. You'd probably be able to take it to the funeral directors, but you wouldn't be able to take it home and bury it in your garden. That'd be illegal.
Well, this person did.
I don't know.
Yeah. And I want to say, yeah, it was a miscarriage. Yeah. Yeah, but I know Paula said it's illegal. I've heard her say it, but I've seen it. I've seen it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
What a bizarre. You've now ruined the entire vibe of the first hour, Megan. I hope you realize what you've done.
My apologies.
I will never forgive you for such a thing. It's funny because watching it is, you're right. Like there's maybe a thought that they have a private moment like that, and maybe it's nice between them, and it's a nice memory of a silly moment before she gives birth. What it feels like to me is she's in a PR firm meeting, and someone says, "We need to humanize you. Go through your phone, find some fun moments of you and Harry, and we'll post them, and everyone will like you again." You can't manufacture that stuff, right? It feels fake. It feels weird. I don't understand why they would think something like that would work. But these are not people who are just posting on a whim, right? Like this is an entire industry. I know you've covered this.
Yeah, see, Snowdrop said it. Yes, parents can take child home after life. I know of a family who took child home for 2 weeks, took child to the park, beach, etc. I know. That's sad. Yeah. It's something, Snowdrop.
Depth. This is a whole industry. They've got people working on this 24 hours a day to try to make this Meghan Markle thing into a thing. I don't think it's been very successful so far, but I feel like this is just a blatant attempt at it.
It sort of reminds me when Chrissy Teigen had what we now know was an abortion, which she at the time told us was a miscarriage, and posted photos of her crying, like hysterical in the hospital room. It was so weird. First of all, who takes pictures of themselves when they're crying and then posts them online, especially after losing a baby?
Not the embryo.
Look, what the F? What? I don't get it. This is not losing a baby, thank God, but it is just as intimate and none of our effing business. But she needs us to love her. So she will do whatever it takes. And she doesn't know how to make us love her. The other thing I'm going to say, and I know this is weird, but there's one of those conspiracy theories on the internet that she might not have actually carried her babies, one or both, that they may have used a surrogate. Trust me, because I'm neck deep in all the news around these.
Oh, snap. Dictator, did you hear what she said?
I'm here.
She said it. She said, word on the internet, around the internet, is that she had a surrogate.
Yeah, everybody's saying it now. I don't think anyone's scared to.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that is interesting because it was just us saying it. Now Megyn Kelly is saying it. You know, she's got like millions of followers. Let me see how many followers she has.
Yeah, Isabella, that's okay. You can we're all friends here. You can have your opinion. It's no problem. I just heard it from a lawyer. She had a lawyer on her channel, and he said that he got a phone call from somebody in London who told him that he was coming out of Atlantic Succession. I don't know if it's true. I'm just repeating what I heard, but
I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, Dictator. I appreciate the info. And I like when you come back and give me information that you have heard, because then we get the scoop. We get the first on the scoop. Yeah. So thank you for that.
I've got no idea if it's true. Isabella, you can have your opinion. No problems at all.
Well, yeah, Isabella, we don't know.
I've no idea. I've got no idea if it's true. I just heard it from a lawyer. That's all.
Yeah.
But we're all friends here. You can have your opinion. No problems at all.
Yeah. Hello, Plenty of Raw Dish. Because I'm hoping that they do take them. I'm hoping that they did have the conversation with this lawyer, and the lawyer is saying that they're making provisions. I am. I would be glad. Put a 1 in the chat if you would be happy that they're discussing it, at least discussing it. Hi, Lovely LL. Her doctor was an in vitro fertilization doctor, so it was just an implanted baby that did not take, no miscarriages, no stillbirth. Oh, so what you're saying is she didn't even have nothing to take home. Interesting.
Well, it wouldn't have been a baby, would it? It would have just been a pile of cells. It just would have been a load of goop or something. Depends how long she's gone.
The way she said it, she act like it was fully developed.
Exactly. They're saying it was like a baby, but I think it's just, it depends how far along she was. I've never been pregnant, so I don't know what it looks like.
Okay. Hello, Ziggy Lee Chick with the crown. It's good to see you.
That's all right, Isabella. No problem.
Oh, you're half awake. Uh-oh.
Me too, Izzy. Ziggy. Me too, Ziggy. I just got up.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Melissa. Wouldn't it be a miscarriage? A miscarriage is when you miscarry. Yeah, I figure you miscarry. And then when you're pregnant with the baby, I think that person had to actually go through the whole labor thing. Push. I don't know.
It depends depends how far you've gone. If the baby doesn't survive in like your 5-6 months or something, then you've got to push it out. If you miscarry very early on, then it's like a heavy period.
Right.
If you miscarry very, very like a couple of weeks.
Okay. So it must have been like more like
a very heavy period or something.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back.
Okay.
Too. And there are many people who long before today are convinced she used surrogates and that her pregnancies were fake, one or both of them. And this is the only time that I've actually indulged the theory, because if we can show that video again, I don't know, can we show it without playing the weird sound? That belly looks very abnormal. That it looks very strange. If you look up close in the video, and I encourage people, look at this. It looks like there's like a bag or like some sort of something shoved up under a dress. It does not look like a pregnant belly. It looks all bumpy. It's very strange. It looks like what you'd get if you put like a pillowcase full of like socks or something under your dress. You got to look up close. There's very strange bumps coming off of that pregnant belly. I don't know why, Stu, but for the first time ever, I'm kind of like, is this something we should be indulging? Because it doesn't look normal to me. The belly doesn't look normal, doesn't look like where a pregnant woman's belly is. And I don't understand what all those bumps on the belly are. I don't get it.
That's interesting. Yeah, it does look different, I guess. I mean, I suppose it's possible that, I don't know. I wasn't there.
She's going, it's fake, innit? And he's going, oh, no, I don't know. I don't want to go there.
But he said it looks different.
He's
Yeah.
good. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say anything.
But I will say, I noticed the same thing you're noticing looking at it. I mean, it's the first thing that I think kind of pops into your mind. It's like, what's going on
why
there?
is
And
her
again,
stomach so bumpy? Maybe they had stuck some monitors on there, but normally they don't give you like remote monitors on your belly. I've had 3 kids. All the monitors they stick on you are connected to the thing that's right next to your hospital bed. And she wasn't wired up at all. I don't know what's going on under there. This administration is working very hard to try and fix this country.
Meghan Kelly wants to get to the bottom of it. What is going on underneath there?
Yeah, Meghan Kelly, she's not scared.
No.
She's not scared of this.
Okay. Where's my girl? There we go.
I'm here.
We're going to go and move on and go to her video, okay? This is her in an interview and with Emma. Okay? Bumpy and lumpy. Yeah, it was a little bumpy and lumpy.
It's all pointy, sticking out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Candice, come on, come after her.
Yeah, she would.
Like I said, I believe that we have super injunctions in place. In England, we have things called super injunctions, which people go to court and make sure that the press can't report on certain things. So if you having we have like footballers and people who are having affairs and secret babies and stuff, they go to court and say, right, the press can't report on this, and they put what is called a super injunction in place that the press can't report on it. And I believe they've got one of those in place, a number of those in place, that they can't report on certain things about the royal family.
Where the heck is the interview? Let me see what I do with that. Here it is. Okay. Guys, let's finish this. Let's see what Meghan is talking about. Let's see if we're wrong about her personality, how she answers these questions. Let's listen to how she answers these questions.
Here we go. Right, everyone, take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, okay?
Let's go.
Take a real deep breath. Oh, you are. Well, then you have to give me the second one, okay? You have to let me interview you next. You promise?
Yep, absolutely right, Isabella. Nobody really knows.
Jesse's Power's brother. I love Jesse Power. Jesse Powell. God, he sings that beautiful song. Oh.
I don't know who that is.
That's your brother? Yes, the R&B artist. He's really good. Yeah. Everybody take a deep breath, okay? Now, pretend like we have to evaluate her interview skills, okay? Let's see how well she does. Wow, I love me some Jesse Powell. No wonder you're powwow. You're his brother. Can I get the next interview?
I'll Google him after this because I don't know who that is, but I'll Google it later on.
Yeah, like I'm begging. Please. I would love to interview you. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So we're all in agreement. You got to evaluate her. Oh, your sister sings. My love is the. Oh, wow. God, I missed all this. Sorry. So I get to interview you when? Just let me know when. I would love to. I'm gonna do some research first. I want to do some research on you guys as much as I can so I can be prepared. Yes. Okay, I'm 2. Yes. Is that it? Telling me on the telephone how you got it going on? My love is like, yeah, because there's one when he's on a bus. Is he on a bus? Look at Melissa. Melissa, you got to be here when I interview him. Oh, you're coming? Okay. Just a minute, Demon Dictator.
Yeah, no worries. No problem at all. I'm eating my breakfast.
I know I had to get a piece of cheese. I was hungry. I want some ice cream. I'm addicted to it. Hello, Powwow.
Hey, Lady Letitia, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Wow, so that's your brother? Oh, wow. That is just so cool. Wow.
And my sister sing, you keep telling me on the telephone how you got it going on and how you keep me satisfied.
Okay. Do I remember that one?
And
Melissa does.
actions speak louder than words. And so yeah.
Wow, that is so awesome. That is so what can you tell us about him?
A lot.
Yeah.
He's most definitely special. And my sisters are as well.
Wow.
And once I give Golden the exclusive as far as who my cousins are,
Oh.
I most definitely do an interview with you.
Okay.
So my cousins are on my mother's side.
Okay. Okay.
And they are, and everyone knows them. Everyone.
Oh wow, this is awesome. I love your brother. He's got this one song that
You.
You.
Yes. I know exactly what song you're
That's
talking about.
it. You.
Is it Janet Jackson? Janet Jackson.
And I was trying to get them to sing that at me and my wife's wedding. So yeah,
Wow. That's so
so
beautiful.
so I told Golden that I would give her the exclusive as far as who my cousins are. So after that, I stop by and talk a little bit more about my brother and my sisters with you.
That would be awesome. I would love that powwow. And then I'm just going to have a flood of questions for you. Okay.
Yeah, growing up in Gary, Indiana, yeah, it was a lot going on.
The Jacksons.
So
Gary.
The Jacksons, they done figured it out.
I'm not sure, but I am most definitely part of the King family reunion.
Okay.
So that reaches long.
Okay. Okay. That is
So,
awesome. That is really awesome.
And I've been kind of hesitant to talk about all of my family members on here, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, and I'll even introduce you. Like I'll set up like a good thumbnail for you, and then just let me know, you know, when you're gonna do it with Golden, and then you can do it with me.
Yes, most definitely.
That'll be. I'm so excited.
So yeah, you are the second person I am going to do the exclusive with.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait to tell my mom and sisters.
and no one has heard this story at all.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is so interesting.
So yeah, I most definitely know a little bit about the industry.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, we have set that up. I am gonna talk to Golden and see if we could probably do it next week, and then next week I'll work with you as well.
Okay. Thank you, Bow Wow. I really appreciate it. That really means a lot.
So I am gonna go ahead and drop back down and just listen.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Me too.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Powwow.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
Ooh, that's exciting.
I know. I can't wait to ask questions. I think he passed away. I want to say, but I don't know the details. Anyway, okay. So, like I said, pretend. Take your mind and just pretend like you're doing a case study, and we have to.
We're a psychiatrist and we're doing a case study.
We're psychiatrists. Everybody in the chat and in the bushes, you're going to be psychiatrists tonight, and you got to figure out how well Meghan is doing in this interview. Are you relating to her or not? Is she interesting? Are you getting something from her? Is she telling us something that we really want to hear? Let's go. And we'll just go back just right here.
The intention of my handle. Well, I think that your voice carries such unbelievable influence. I remember a time where you were like, step out with a sweater, the sweater would sell out. It's crazy. Yeah. Like, how do you feel about that? Was that part of the reason for you starting a brand? Like, have you been able to reconcile the fact that you have that type of influence? And I wonder how you think about you know, that as it relates to your advocacy work, that as it relates to your business ventures, because it's a lot. It's a lot to carry around.
Well, it's funny because that's been now for several years, that effect. And again, I think my feelings surrounding it have ebbed and flowed, because they say imitation is the best form of flattery. And at the same time, you start to watch how it's being monetized at such a huge level globally, oftentimes not giving credit to the brands and the designers who actually made those pieces.
Right.
So it was that fine line between, well, do you want to spoon feed who the brands and the designers are? And then it feels promotional when I have no skin in the game in any of those arrangements. And at the same time, do you want people to mislabel it? Because when I didn't feel as though I had as much of an opportunity to speak, well, what can you say with what you're wearing? You can say a lot.
Quite a lot.
You can say a lot. And so being able...
What?
What did she say?
What?
She wasn't able to speak. That's what she said.
The question was like something about advocacy work, and she just talked about something completely different. I was sitting there going, I don't even understand what she said. Tell us about your advocacy work. And then she goes on about fashion, and I can't speak.
This isn't about advocacy work.
This is going to be hard.
It is very hard. So right off the bat, she's not making sense. She's gone loot-de-duty on somewhere else and started just coming up with her own answer to the question. But it's not the real answer. She's talking about something different. I'm going to rewind it.
I couldn't speak, so I spoke through my clothes. What do you mean you couldn't speak? That's all you've ever done is speak. That's all you've ever done is speak.
What is she talking about? When I couldn't speak, is she trying to throw a dig at the royal family?
Of course she is. I spoke through my clothes.
When I couldn't speak. What do you mean you couldn't speak? She is so dirty. That's why nobody likes her. That's why nobody likes her. That's what Megyn Kelly said. No, nobody like you.
No, they don't. She just doesn't make sense.
Right. That's what that is.
Able to support, especially female-founded designers, small local brands, any territories we would go to on certain tours. I always tried to tap into local designers to really see their business just do so well as a result, or how many people they could help, or how much they could give back.
And you were saying you were purposeful with that.
Of course. There's intention. And so I think in moments where I found I wasn't as empowered with my voice, I still wanted to be able to.
She wants to home in on that. I wasn't powerful with my voice. My voice was taken.
She's talking about when she went on the royal tours, and because she couldn't speak, for local designers to promote local designers in whatever countries she went to.
Yeah.
When she went to, I think it was Morocco or somewhere, her dress, the white dress, I think it was nearly $90,000.
Wow.
The things that she wore were so expensive. Her wardrobe was the highest wardrobe in all of the royal families in Europe. What is she talking about? Yeah, she was. Her wardrobe, royal wardrobe, was about £1 million. It was more than all of the women in their royal families in Europe, I believe.
Wow.
I'm not 100%. I read that somewhere. So what's she talking about? I did local designers so that I can promote women and female founders. No, you didn't. You wore the most expensive bloody clothes that you could find.
Yeah, and then she lying.
Yeah. $90,000 for one dress that she wore for about 2 hours.
Stop lying, Megan. 2 hours. 2 hours. Who does that?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Isabella. She's delusional fantasist.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a yard movie. That's gonna be fun, Ziggy Lee.
Be heard in other ways. I still wanted women to know that I was supporting them. I still wanted people to feel like even if I didn't get an uplift from that they did. And in some ways that actually did uplift me because I went, oh my gosh, like there was a company, they made jeans and they would help women.
Was it Good American? No.
You weren't around then. You weren't around then. But they made jeans and they gave the positions and the roles to women who would have been trafficked. And they took them off the streets and they put them into this labor force to be able to have a well-paying job where they were well taken care of, to be able to help that company and get letters from those founders saying, we were able to help save 25 women because of you wearing these jeans. That is a huge privilege of influence. And I never took that lightly. So I think, you know, had I chosen to just maximize the opportunity of
So you did it with clothes. You didn't go and actually do anything with your hands and stuff. Basically.
Yeah, you didn't go to the factory.
This is how bougie she is.
Yeah. You didn't go to the factory and go or promote the business and say, look at what this company does. Look at what they do. You didn't actually say. You just wore the jeans and went, oh, I'll just wear the jeans for about an hour. You didn't actually do an article and go to the factory and you know, do it that way.
Right. And then she didn't stay in the royal family long enough to do anything for them. The royal tours and stuff, helping out the royal family. She wasn't in there that long to do nothing.
No.
Look at this. Look at her face, you fake-o.
When she did go on these royal tours, she just caused carnage. She threw a cup of hot tea. She threw a cup of hot tea over someone in Australia. In South Africa, she
has a lot about a bully.
Yeah, she threw a cup of hot tea over someone in Australia. She in South Africa, she started going on about a bloody fire that didn't exist. She just caused carnage. She didn't do any of this.
Right.
She caused absolute mayhem wherever she went in the royal family. That's why I believe they just kicked her out in the end.
You think they kicked her smooth out? Get out.
I did. I think the Queen went to get out.
She's still trying to explain her side.
The financial element of having a business, doing fashion would have been very obvious, as we talked about. Okay. But I wanted to go with what my heart was really responding to in this moment.
Was there ever a time when the influence you have actually really surprised you?
At the beginning, of course. At the beginning.
When did Candace do this, Helen? Recently?
I think Candace has said something like everybody else, but Candace really needs to do like a massive deep dive into this.
Oh, okay. They're a nobody, powwow. They're a nobody. That nobody gonna hate that he didn't get an interview too. Yes. Jesse Powell's brother. Wait till I tell my sister. She's gonna flip. Because she loves Jesse Powell. She loved that You song. We all do. She never does any of the real work. She just takes credit for other people's efforts and talents and work. You're hot tonight, Isabella. You can't tell me that this ain't an illusion, illuminate humanity ritual on the royals and Harry at this point in my Jaguar right voice. They're funny, Melissa.
What is happening here?
What is going on?
But I just put a sweater around my shoulders.
I mean, yeah, wild. But you have to think too, the 7 years before that on Suits, that was a very fashion-driven show. And people loved Rachel Zane's wardrobe, which I was very, very involved with because I wanted it to look like a capsule that a real woman would wear, mix and match. And I was one of the only characters that re-wore pieces. But that was by design. So I knew that there was influence there. But yes, it certainly.
There she go, patting herself on the back, talking about Suits.
She was like number 7. She was like a background character. She's making out like she was right in the front of it all. She was a background character.
Right.
Like, exactly. Oh, I had to wear certain costumes, and I was really important in my wardrobe. You was in the background, love. You weren't even in the one of the main characters, talking about how really massive. She really bigs their part up. That she was one of the big main characters. She was just somebody in the background. And she was awful in it. She was terrible in it. She was a terrible actress.
Yes. Hello, GC. She was a terrible actress.
The first time I watched it, when she joined the royal family, I was actually embarrassed. I was like, I wouldn't be promoting this. She was so bad.
I couldn't watch it. I never wanted to watch it. It never was interesting to me. Hello, GC. It's so good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
It got bigger.
It really got bigger.
Got bigger. Got a lot bigger.
Are you comfortable with that?
I have to be. It's my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get comfortable, basically.
You get comfortable.
You get
to be an acceptance of what is.
Yeah, no, completely. But I also think it's really amazing that you can participate in that now because after a while it can, I think it's wonderful and it's great that everybody can gain from it. But I do think that there is a time and a place in your life where you need to have some skin in the game. You need to have a piece of that for yourself.
Yes. And I think what was so wild, maybe the surprise came in when anything that my children were wearing started to get monetized and affiliate sales and part of headlines and things. That's where it became a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when it comes from a place of love and excitement, very, very different.
It's very different.
Yeah, then you can be happy about it and say, of course, have the same dress that Lily has. It's when it comes from a different side, but that's true of most things in life.
So with Archwell, you've built this ecosystem of philanthropy, storytelling. It feels like, you've now got the commerce and the brand piece of that.
Yes.
So, it really is. It's like an empire that you're building, like a media and commerce empire. And I wonder if you thought about it in the sense of having real guiding principles for what you will be involved in, what you allow yourselves to get involved in. Was that a part of your, was it part of what you were thinking about as you started bringing all these things together?
There was a lot of, again, flying the plane while you're still building it, but always at its origin, being so value aligned with what my husband and I believe in.
Flying the plane while you still building it. Girl, we would go down.
You wouldn't even get up in the air.
That's that stupid stuff. Hello, Nicola. Oh, thank you.
It was good. That was lovely last night. It was.
I'm so glad. It was a great turnout. Yeah. Good to see you too, JC. That is just too funny. Flying the plane before you finish making it. No.
Surprise came in when anything that my children were wearing started to get monetized and affiliate sales and go with what my heart was really responding to in this moment.
Was there ever a time when the influence you have actually really surprised you?
At the beginning, of course. At the
Were you like, what is happening here?
What is going on?
But I just put a sweater around my shoulders.
I mean, yeah, wild. But you have to think too, the 7 years before that on Suits, that was a very fashion-driven show. And people loved Rachel Zane's wardrobe, which I was very, very involved with because I wanted it to look like a capsule that a real woman would wear, mix and match. And I was one of the only characters that
They
wore
loved
pieces.
your wardrobe.
But that was by design. So I knew that there was influence there. But yes, it certainly got bigger.
It really got bigger.
It got bigger. It got a lot bigger.
Are you comfortable with that?
I have to be. It's my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get comfortable, basically.
You get comfortable.
You get
to be an acceptance of what is.
Yeah, no, completely. But I also think it's really amazing that you can participate in that now because after a while it can, I think it's wonderful and it's great that everybody can gain from it. But I do think that there is a time and a place in your life where you need to have some skin in the game. You need to have a piece of that for yourself.
Yes. And I think what was so wild, maybe the surprise came in when anything that my children were wearing started to get monetized and affiliate sales and part of headlines and things. That's where it became a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when it comes from a place of love and excitement, very, very different.
It's very different.
Yeah, then you can be happy about it and say, of course, have the same dress that Lily has. It's when it comes from a different side, but that's true of most things in life.
So with Archwell, you've built this ecosystem of philanthropy, storytelling, it feels like, you've now got the commerce and the brand piece of that.
Yes.
So, it really is. It's like an empire that you're building, like a media and commerce empire. And I wonder if you thought about it in the sense of having real guiding principles for what you will be involved in, what you allow yourselves to get involved in. Was that a part of your, was it part of what you were thinking about as you started bringing all these things together?
There was a lot of, again, flying the plane while you're still building it, but always at its origin, being so value aligned with what my husband and I believe in. And that's where it started. It started when we moved out here and building the foundation. But, as things expanded and certainly talking about what sort of content we want to put out, what sort of documentaries we want to make, what stories we want to tell, those expanded under the Archwell universe with the production company. And building out in my own office.
Oh, when you were on the Netflix show talking bad about the royals, is that the documentary you talking about? Is that the documentary he's talking about?
Yeah. We sat there and Did you see when she first started that rapid blinking that she does?
Yeah.
You see when she blinks so fast? That rapid blinking. Do you know what that is? That is,
lying.
Because when I watch the behavior panel, those 4 guys, I watch that all the time because I love these guys. When they say that rapid blinking, it's if you're like when your brain is trying to think faster, when you're trying to think of something and your brain is working overtime trying to think and your eyes flutter like that. It's like she's trying to remember the script and she can't remember something. That's why they say it's like a lie. You can see people are lying when they do that because they're trying to remember the script. They're trying to remember something and their brain starts working overtime and their eyes start to flutter like that.
Oh, those 4 guys, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they say like it's almost like the brain. I can't think of how they described it the other day, and it was so clever the way they described it. But it's like people are trying to suddenly remember so quickly a lie, or they're trying to remember a script, or they're trying to remember a story, and they can't remember it quick enough, and the eyes start fluttering like that, like crazy.
Oh, okay. And then when it gets it figures it out, then it stops.
Yeah.
Guys, how are you doing back there? Are you guys understanding what she's saying? Her answers to Emma's questions?
And it just doesn't make sense. She just talks dribble.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
My brand and my business has felt really exciting and different. They all still are value aligned. When my husband and I, when we think about investments that we make, or certainly my own personal portfolio, is it value aligned? Is it mission driven? Is it purpose driven?
My own personal portfolio. You are so fake. Who are you talking to? She sounds like she's at an interview.
She's trying to big herself up, but she just makes no sense in trying to big herself up. It just it's laughable.
Flat.
You're trying to listen. I'm trying to listen to her so intently. Try and get some piece of information, and it's just not there.
No. And then she'll switch the subject right in the middle. Sometimes.
Yeah. Then she'll go over here and go over there, and
and then she lose the plot altogether.
Yeah.
The plot altogether.
You know what she did? She at some point this year she started posting links to the children, the clothes that not Archie and Lily, that Prince George and Prince Charlotte used to wear.
Oh.
So she's sitting there going, "Oh, it's not nice when my kids' clothes are being." People talking about my kids' clothes, but yet she posted links to the clothes that the Prince Charlotte wore. She's so nasty.
Yeah, because she had those red shoes.
Yeah, he did, Nicola. He did a good video on her dancing, and he said it was all, and he said, in his opinion, it was fake. Yeah.
He said it was fake.
Yeah. Scott Rouse is his name. He analysed the video and he said she was lying and it was a fake bump.
Oh. GC says she knows what she's talking about, a whole bunch of poopy-de-doo. Okay, let's get back.
And that can run the gamut. You know, some of the investments that I started to make in women and female founded companies started with things as simple as, what is the meaningful impact that a beautiful latte that you can make at home will have? It sounds so silly, but when it's adaptogens and it's good for you, like with Clever, I was really proud to be her first investor. And it was my very first investment also. So I learned quite a bit there. On the flip side of that, you look at a company like Midi, which is women talking about perimenopause and menopause. And that is a chapter of their lives that's making a very meaningful impact for a lot of women. I look at who's on the cap table. Melinda Gates is one that's there. And I look at whose company I'm going to be in as I support these brands, as I'm sure you do too.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that because I feel like investing is so different from everything else. And I wonder, you know, it's very clear to me that you've got a lot of principles around who you're backing, but is there anything else that you're like, are you out there specifically looking? Are things coming to you? How do you think about that side of your business?
Both. I'm looking at what comes through organically, not just through the people that can help put the portfolio together, but friends that are in VC, female founders that you're sort of tracking and saying, what are they up to next? Really interested in fintech. I also, you know, I think financial literacy for young women especially is just so important. And so from my standpoint, not leaning away from things like that might not be as trendy or topical to talk about, but they are vital. So I look at things where that's going to move the needle for young women and their education and what they can have access to and feel a lot of growth from in a substantive way. And at the same time, where can you find some fun and playfulness? Where can you take some bets and say, it's not just about the brand. When I think about investments, it's about the founder as well. I really need to believe in the people that are driving that.
So important.
It's so important. you know, and I watched your episode of Shark Tank, and it's really like that critical thinking that has to come in when you are talking about real capital that you're going to put up for someone else's dream. You have to entrust that they are going to bring that dream to reality responsibly.
Yes. Well, this is also your money.
It's not monopoly money.
Right?
It is not, this is not monopoly
Yes.
money. This is real.
Yes.
And it really, I think, changes how you explore. You can have an incredible concept in front of you, but if you don't really firmly trust and have incredible confidence in the people that are running it and have brought that vision to life, it's not going to work. So there have been a lot of opportunities that I've had to say no to based on that. And at the same time, you know that there's so much creativity out there that I want to find the person and the people that are working quietly behind the scenes and then help maximize that for them and put a huge spotlight on that for them to see them go and change their family's life.
And it really is about changing their family's life. I mean, when I think about investing, that's why I was asking you about your principles. You know, I have like
bragging on herself. She's bragging on herself so they can go whoosh. How do you know where they're gonna go? Because of your name?
You know, Emma, this girl, she keeps coming back and asking the same questions. I'm trying to ask you of your principles. I'm trying to ask you about this subject or that subject, and Meghan keeps wafting on about something else, and Emma keeps going, I'm trying to bring you back to this question. I want you to answer this question, and Meghan's just wafting on about something else.
She keeps saying it differently, as if she's gonna, maybe she'll get it this way if I ask her this way.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what she's doing. I keep bringing it back to your principles. I want to know about your principles and what you're doing about this. And Meghan just walked in about something else.
Yeah, start talking about her business with the lady that she invested in.
Yeah,
she's
and
talking about that.
Fly planes that are not being built yet, and Emma's going, but I want to find out about this, and I want to find out about this, and she keeps asking her the same question over and over again, and Meghan's just wafting on about something else.
So she's not, so far, according to Dictator, she is not a good interviewer. She is not doing a good job at all. She is not answering the lady's questions. And she keeps babbling on about something other than what Emma is asking her. She's trying to figure out her ethics, what type of person she is. Like, what do you stand for? What don't you stand for? You know, and she keeps talking about female founders and how successful she is and why she's doing this. Because, you know, it's just.
You know, it reminds me of when my niece and nephew were little, when they were little kiddies, and you're like, you know, what do you want for dinner, or what? And they just start wafting on about, and you're going, just what, you know, how was your day at school, or what do you want to play with? And they're like wafting on, and you just go, you know, just answer the one question, you know?
Right.
Pretty impressive deal flow at this point in my career.
I bet you do.
But I'm really trying to look for those people. And I think this came from all those, you know, a couple of seasons that I did on Shark Tank. But I'm always looking for people that I don't think would get the funding elsewhere, because I've been in those rooms. It wasn't so long ago when I was trying to raise money for businesses myself and really getting the feeling that I'm walking out of here with nothing. Like, these people don't understand what I'm doing. They don't understand me. I don't sound like they want me to sound. Like, it's just, I don't have the educational background. But, you know, at some point when you don't have anything behind you, it's very, very difficult. And so for me, it's always about finding these founders that I think they are not going to be able to walk into a room and walk out with the check. And so when you think about investment principles, are there reasons? Because again, there's such a thread running through everything that you're doing right now. And is this following that same type of trajectory of everything else that you've got going on?
I think everything that I am working on is an extension of me. It's an extension of my personal taste. It's an extension of my values. It's an extension of how I like to show up in the room, right? And ultimately, I really value thoughtfulness. I really value attention to detail. And I've said playfulness a lot, but I think that seriousness in business and playfulness do not need to be mutually exclusive. I value that as well. You see that in the series, you see that in the podcast, and certainly in the brand. Not everything can be so earnest. You can have something that is best in class, incredible quality, thoughtful in its design, but with a little cheek.
Yeah.
And a little wink and have fun.
Would you ever do something just for the money if you thought this is going to kill, this is going to be an amazing business?
I have turned down a lot of opportunities that do not feel value aligned. No, it's very easy to say no matter the price, if you aren't going to be able to sleep well at night.
Totally.
Don't sacrifice that.
Totally.
No
But
way.
hopefully you can find, some investments that let you sleep well at night and make loads of money. That's what I'm always looking for.
Is that a page in your playbook?
100%. Okay, so we can talk about that. I've got those and I've got those.
Yeah, no, at the moment, it's all in this one lane.
I love that. No, but that's really, it's interesting because I think we all come at these things from, a very different background. And when I think about putting my money to work, to me, it literally feels like that. It's like, I want that money to work. And there's a piece of what I do that is very firmly sits over here. And it's for those people I don't think would get funding. And there's another piece of it that is just purely opportunistic. And I say that without apologizing. Because it's like, I made this money and I need this money to work for me. It's like, I've got things to do. You know?
Well, and it's also very refreshing to hear a woman in business say that, because I think often what happens is we are trained as young girls to not talk about money. We are trained as young girls that it's very gauche to talk about finances, but that's a part of life.
No,
No.
We're going to talk about money all the time. Yes, because she wants, every time we go to the store, she wants something. I'm going to have to tell her, you get one toy or, not today. She doesn't understand not today.
She has to, Meghan, this is what I said a long time ago about identity politics, a very, very long time ago, when Meghan and certain people, they create narratives and stories. Women are taught not to talk about money. Where? Yeah. Where do they talk about not to talk about money? And why is it so important that women have to be treated differently because they're not taught about money, they're not taught to stand up for themselves? It's just this identity politics where she creates a narrative.
I'm listening. She does.
Yeah. I was just waiting for you to come back. Yeah. She's gone. I bored Lady Letitia. She's run off.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
She does create that.
Does she this identity politics about she has to create this story about putting women down. We're not told to talk about finances. We are
like, where do you get that story from?
In the UK, we did this at school, finances, and we have to learn about that at school. So she's always got to this is what I said about identity politics, to be careful of people who are trying to sell you a story or tell you a narrative that you've got a problem and I'm here to help you. Always be wary of these types of people. You're a woman, so you're less than, and you weren't taught about finances, and you weren't taught about all this stuff. And I'm here to fight for your rights. Just be careful of these people, because that's the problem. They are the problem. They are trying to create a narrative about you.
Yeah.
And then
that doesn't exist.
Yeah. And because it's normally followed by, give me a check for £1,000 and I'll fight for your rights. It's a scam. It's a scam. Identity politics. It's just a scam.
She's a scam.
Well, that's what keeps us out of making all the money. Fair. This is it, right? Because the minute you don't speak about something, it's just like for years, women didn't talk about,
She didn't agree with her.
Yeah, because she's from the UK like me. We did this at school. It's nonsense what Meghan's saying.
This
this one lane. I love that. No, but that's really, it's interesting because I think we all come at these things from, you know, a very different background. And when I think about putting my money to work, to me, it literally feels like that. It's like, I want that money to work. And there's a piece of what I do that is very firmly sits over here. And it's for those people I don't think would get funding. And there's another piece of it that is just purely opportunistic. And I say that without apologizing. Because it's like, I made this money and I need this money to work for me. It's like, I've got things to do. You know?
Well, and it's also very refreshing to hear a woman in business say that, because I think often what happens is we are trained as young girls to not talk about money. We are trained as
that was you say you. I was never.
No one's trained to not. We're not trained. What a stupid thing to say. Yeah, Isabella, my cat's disagreeing as well. My cat's arguing with her as well in the background. You're not trained to not speak about girls.
Right.
That it's very gauche to talk about finances, but that's a part of life.
Well, that's what keeps us out of making all the money.
Fair.
This is it, right? Because the minute you don't speak about something, you know, it's just like for years when women didn't talk about, you know, their own sexual pleasure. Well, guess what? Like they missed out on a lot of fun times, and it's exactly the same with money. But it is, you know, I don't think of those things as any more different. It's like if you elegantly avoid the subject of money, you will find that the money somehow elegantly avoids you. And so I talk about it all the time. I'm like, do you know what I mean? Or like just blatantly. So we have to be able to speak about money. We have to be able to, you know, articulate what we need and what our value is, because those two things are inextricably linked. And if we're not talking about it, we ain't going to get it.
Yes. And you have no shame in talking about it.
There's nothing
to not
shameful
cower
about it.
as you're talking about it. Do you know Melody Hobson?
Oh,
the dream.
First of all, I love Melody so much. She was my second guest on the podcast.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that. I love Melody.
I love her so much. And I mean, her episode was amazing because, you know, Melody's, you know, she's all about the finance. Like that's her career. That's what she is so knowledgeable about. And she speaks about it in such an elegant way, but that's her whole life. She's not shying away from having those conversations.
Of course not. She and I did an episode of Deal Book together years ago. And I must have, years ago, because I just had Lily. And I think it's just so empowering to hear a woman, and especially a woman of color, stand.
Yeah, me and her, we did something together. And don't tell me she's learning from somebody.
In the truth and the knowing that she does not need to shy away from a conversation that a man would comfortably have. And ultimately, especially as moms and as working moms, you want that to be part of the modeling that you do for your daughter and your son. But for your daughter, I think it's pivotal for them to understand that they cannot be afraid of those conversations. You're only selling yourself short.
You're only selling yourself short. Do you have, I mean, your kids are really little, mine are a bit older. Do you have conversations with your kids about money? Like, how are you even beginning to think about that type of thing?
Well, we sometimes do a little farmer's market stand.
Nice.
So we have...
That's so American. I love that idea. Like a little lemonade stand just makes me feel like that is like perfect Americana in Montecito with a farm stand.
But
like,
we do...
How beautiful.
We grow a lot of veggies, and part of what I want them
go and sell these.
Part of what I want them to learn is, and gardening is really, really so great for children because it teaches them patience, teaches them to...
Gardening is good for kids.
Yeah.
Value and appreciate their food. So you start from seed and you watch it grow and they wait. But with that, it's like, now do you want to sell your harvest? And do you want to share it with our community? And also, what do you want to do with those funds once you have them? So really starting to understand, as they're learning counting and numbers and all of those things, that there's a cost and a price for things.
Yes.
Who is doing that with these kids? She doesn't even sound like Kara would be like, what is you saying, mommy?
This is all those videos that she used to post of her watering the garden, and she said, and it was Archie, and she said, you want to water the plants? And Archie said, only if you want me to. Something like that. It was so bizarre. And he goes, only if you want me to, mommy.
And only if you want gardening, picking up. I mean, it's okay every now and then. I get it. But as a chore, as something like a daily thing to do with mommy, which she's not doing daily, but just no. They want to go to Chuck E. Cheese.
And I think that's key for children.
It's a little play thing. They have like a little arcade for kids.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Chucky comes out.
Children to understand that, especially children who are very lucky to have a home that has privilege. You need to know that, just like manners, you need, and taking care of the things around you. There is a value on things. And in our life, for my husband and I,
she doesn't know what manners are.
Right.
Jesus wept. Meghan Markle talking about manners.
Yeah.
Jeez.
She said manners.
Things.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Melody wrote the book on it actually for all of the kids, so it's a great one. It's just such a beautiful book.
Yes.
Switching gear, I want to talk about your podcast, Confessions of a Female Founder.
It's fun.
It's so fun. I mean, it is really, really fun. But the whole idea of that podcast is that you are spotlighting female entrepreneurs, right?
Yes.
And I just want to ask you, I mean, why that show and why right now?
It was perfect synergy. Think about the timing of that.
No, I was like, she's going to school. This is what's happening.
Think
How
about
smart.
the timing of that. I was so fortunate to find Lemonade. I loved that it was a female-founded company that was doing podcasts and the women running it. Incredible. They actually just had an acquisition.
She got fired.
I'm proud of them.
Good for them.
Stephanie and Jess, good job, ladies. And, knowing that it was in a safe place where we could have these conversations when it came to what do we want to talk about? What do I want this podcast to be? As I knew I was in this building phase of my business, what an amazing opportunity to pull back the curtain and let people see what's happening at the start.
Yeah.
At the start, when all the twists and turns are there. And for me to have the opportunity to talk to so many female founders who've been on that full trajectory, that are on the other side of success, still at certain chapters in their career and their growth, but to be able to be really candid and vulnerable personally about my learns and stumbles along the way, and to then take everyone's advice and mine included and to say, I love that there's so much excitement and desire for another season, but I need to focus on my business.
So you've done, how many episodes did you do?
We did 8 and a bonus episode. So Tina Knowles came on to do the last one.
Oh, Tina, that's
Miss
a good
Tina.
one.
Yeah.
That's such a good one.
Matriarch.
Okay, so wait a minute, but this was a decision to say, okay, I'm going to stop this now because you were having like huge success. I mean, I was hearing about that podcast everywhere and you've decided I'm going to stop and focus on the business.
Have to.
Nice.
Have to, because at a certain point, I was thinking about this morning.
You're like, this is too much.
Well,
that's what I was thinking this morning.
People seem to forget that very rarely do people see everything that's happening behind the scenes. I could show a small.
Okay, so you didn't quit as ever and put out some more preserves today for some odd reason. Maybe like someone said, she found a box in the garage and said, come on, bring that box out. We'll put it up there. I didn't know we had that.
Yeah.
And so she sold that. And now she's talking about not restocking this stuff. Okay. Not restocking her as ever jam a scam. So she's won't be able to restock until next year, 2026. That's what she told us. But anyway, whatever. Now she's quitting Lemonado. It's done. She's done with that. That's over. Are you done because it wasn't successful, or are you done because you're tired and you're going to focus on as ever your brand, your jam?
Yeah. Well, what I heard, and I don't know if it's true. I have no idea if this is true, that Lemonado was sold to another company, and the other company said, we don't want Meghan Markle to do any more podcasts.
That's what they said.
So she got fired, basically. But I don't know if it's true. There's a lot of, on all these YouTubers and media, there's always 7 different stories. So I don't know if that's true. But
allegedly. You can just say allegedly.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lemonade has been sold. It was a female business, and it's been sold, and they said, we don't want Meghan Markle anymore. Allegedly.
I wish you would have asked her. You claim to empower women of color, yet you shot down Sophia for all her hard work, claiming her glory. Make sense. I know,
Yeah,
Babette.
absolutely. Sophie Chanduka ripped her to pieces quick enough.
Yes, you have, Isabella. Hello, be happy. There are words coming out of her mouth, but the words don't mean anything. They don't. They don't. They only mean something to her.
Yep, Isabella, absolutely correct.
Same vocabulary, same speech patterns, same vulgarness and misleading innuendos, same revisions of history, basically. I know.
Yeah. Yes, Snowdrop, it was. Yeah, Snowdrop, it was. That's where I heard it, on the Raw Mess. Somebody on the Raw Mess said it. That it was so. I think it was George, maybe George the Giant Slayer. I think said it.
Oh, he did.
It was sold to a company who said we don't want Meghan Markle.
Oh,
allegedly.
Yeah, I had to leave.
Yeah, you did.
My mom and my uncle and us were having dinner. All right.
Small glimpse of that. But equally, yes, I wrapped season 1 of my Netflix series. Still had to promote it. Still had to be in the edits for season 2. We were in pre-production of one season while we were doing post-production of the other. It's constant. I just wrapped edits on season 2.
But you told us that it was renewed for another season. You liar. Remember, she acted like it was being renewed for another season as if she didn't already had pre-recorded it.
Yeah. Everything's always been renewed. It's always been, Netflix has been renewed. It wasn't. It was just recorded all at the same time and chopped in half.
No, it's not been renewed. They got contracts with her. They're keeping her around for reasons of that first jump. They know that she attracts attention in the beginning. It's the end that falls apart. No one's watching as ever.
They hate, a lot of people watch it because they hate watch it. They watch one series or listen to one podcast to hate watch it, and then it's so rubbish they just can't bear to watch it again.
It's hard. It would be different if she made sense and that it made sense. If it made sense, make it make sense. Make sense. Yeah. And she's really into whatever she's talking about.
With Love Meghan last week. So it's still ongoing while also doing a podcast, while also building my business.
Patting yourself on
and at
the
a certain
back.
point, the only thing I want spread thin is my jam. Okay. And I think I realized, wow, I'm using this opportunity to share.
Do that in there.
Well, you got that wish. You got that wish.
Yeah, she do that in there because she know it's watery. And she didn't think that was funny.
Okay, so wait a minute, but this was a decision to say, okay, I'm going to stop this.
Incredible. They actually just had an acquisition.
Amazing.
Proud of them.
Good for them.
Stephanie and Jess, good job, ladies. And, knowing that it was in a safe place where we could have these conversations when it came to what do we want to talk about? What do I want this podcast to be? As I knew I was in this building phase of my business, what an amazing opportunity to pull back the curtain and let people see what's happening at the start.
Yeah.
At the start, when all the twists and turns are there. And, for me to have the opportunity to talk to so many female founders who've been on that full trajectory, that are on the other side of success, still at certain chapters in their career and their growth, but to be able to be really candid and vulnerable personally about my learns and stumbles along the way, And to then take everyone's advice and mine included and to say, I love that there's so much excitement and desire for another season, but I need to focus on my business.
So you've done, how many episodes did you do?
We did 8 and a bonus episode. So Tina Knowles came on to do the last one.
Oh, Tina, that's a
Miss
good
Tina.
one.
Yeah.
That's such a good one.
Matriarch.
Okay, so wait a minute, but this was a decision to say, okay, I'm going to stop this now because you were having like huge success. I mean, I
Yes.
was hearing about that podcast everywhere and
Yeah.
you've decided I'm going to stop and focus on the business.
Have to.
Nice.
Have to, because at a certain point, I was thinking about this morning.
You're like, this is too much.
Well, people
That's what I was thinking this morning.
People seem to forget that very rarely do people see everything that's happening behind the scenes. I could show a small glimpse of that. But equally, yes, I wrapped season 1 of my Netflix series. Still had to promote it. Still had to be in the edits for season 2. We were in pre-production of one.
She had to promote it. She went on Drew Barrymore's show and promoted it.
Yeah, she went on one show. She only did one show.
Talking about she promoted it.
She didn't go on the big ones like, what's it, Jimmy Fallon or all of them. She didn't go on the big one. She went on a little safe one called Drew Barrymore.
Yeah. I had to promote it. If that was promoting it, you could have did.
One season while we were doing post-production of the other. It's constant. I just wrapped edits on season 2 of With Love, Meghan last week. So it's still ongoing while also doing a podcast, while also building my business. And at a certain point, the only thing.
How are you still doing a podcast and you just told us that you quit? That it was over, but you said you're still doing a podcast.
It's called work, Meghan. Do you know, like everybody else, it's like she wants
a pat on the back.
It's
like,
you
did a job well done. The only reason you're getting these deals is because of who you married. That's it. And Netflix is still trying to squeeze out its little money.
So she's not getting any more deals because they're all falling flat.
Yeah. Talking about she's done already with Limonado. That's done. Check. As ever, the jam is done. Check. Now she's going to focus on wine or something else.
Yeah.
So is she going to like sell a whole line of cookware or something like that? Like,
well, this is what
there.
She's trying to. She's like, oh, I'm going to do cookware, tablecloths, cutlery, hotels, restaurants, the whole shebang. I'm going to do everything. She can't even restock flipping jam.
I know, she couldn't even restock it.
Just do one thing, Meghan. Just do one thing. Concentrate on one thing first. Get that right first, and then expand.
Right.
I want spread thin is my jam. Okay. And I think I realized, wow, I'm using this opportunity to share and I love that, but I also need to use this opportunity to listen. I have very valuable insight coming from women who have been through this before. And if I'm not going to take the cue that we are teaching people, what's the point? Does it mean it won't?
All the people you interviewed hadn't been there before. You interviewed your the lady that you invested in. She's new to it.
You need to listen, Meghan. I need to listen. I think there's about 24 people that you sacked were trying to make you listen, and you wouldn't.
Right. And you never did.
Jesus, whole royal family, all those 24 people, the royal family, all wanted you to listen, and you just didn't do it.
No.
Too late now. It's too late. You should have listened in the first place.
You should have listened in the first place. Now you're down this rabbit hole hill that's not going very great. It's like this big slope. It's unfortunate.
No, but I would love to bring the show back when I am at a different end of my founder journey, when I've gone through Q4 and say, here are my proof points. Here's this. Wow, what a year it's been. Or even longer than that. I think a different time will be so exciting just to be able to compare and contrast. But yeah, I know people want another one. I just made a choice to say it's a really good time to put all of my energy into the thing that I'm building.
Well, I think that focus is an absolute necessity when you want to be successful, right?
Yeah.
Like just doubling down and being excellent at what you're trying to do is just one of the most simple and powerful things that you can do in business. Like just giving everything to one thing. And it's so difficult when you have so much opportunity, right? When seemingly everything's coming at you and you know, it's like you're the hot girl that's out there and you have a lot of opportunity. It's hard to say, no, I'm going to put this thing first. Were there things from the podcast that you have taken like straight into your business?
Yes. Again, this idea, and we talked about that earlier, that someone else's urgency is not my urgency. Most of the women that I spoke to are working moms. And this is
That's a big deal.
Yes. And this is such a key age. I don't want to miss a moment for my children. And I love that I can do drop off and pick up at school and do meetings in between and go to Disneyland for 2 days, as we just did. And, you know, volunteer to serve hot lunch at school or be the chaperone for the kindergarten field
you're
trip.
So good. You're making me look so bad.
No, stop that.
I never volunteer.
Well, you can start.
No, I cannot. I don't want to.
Well, then you're listening.
But you know, this is, and I think that this is
She asked her a specific question.
Yes, she did.
She said, what did she say? I forgot what she said.
She said, you interviewed all of these amazing female founders, and what did you learn from them?
What did you learn from them? And she said one thing and then started talking about Disneyland.
And I volunteer. Me, look how good things that I do. I do all these wonderful things.
Question. What did you learn from them women that you said that you were going to take with you, that you learned? She just said she learned so much from it. And then she asked her, what did you learn? And she turned around and said, some stupid stuff.
Your urgency is not my urgency. That's all she learned. All of those women.
That's it.
And that's what she learned. Your urgency is not my urgency. And you know what? I volunteer in the school canteen. I do all these things, and you're going. So basically, you didn't learn anything. You interviewed all these amazing women, and you learned absolutely bugger all.
She learned nothing. Listen to her one more time. Ask her this question, and look where Meghan take it. She's not a good interviewer.
No, this is my favorite bit. Favorite bit.
But I also need to use this opportunity to listen. I have very valuable insight from women who've been through this before.
Meghan.
And if I'm not going to take the cue that we are teaching people, what's the point? So does it mean it won't come back? No, but I would love to bring the show back when I am at a different end of my founder journey. When I've gone through Q4 and say, here are my proof points. Here's this. Wow, what a year it's been. Or even longer than that. I think a different time will be so exciting just to be able to compare and contrast. But yeah, I know people want another one. I just made a choice to say, it's a really good time to put all of my energy into the thing that I'm building.
Well, I think that focus is an absolute necessity when you want to be successful, right? Like just doubling down and being excellent at what you're trying to do is just one of the most simple and powerful things that you can do in business. Like just giving everything to one thing. And it's so difficult when you have so much opportunity, right? When seemingly everything's coming at you and you know, it's like you're the hot girl that's out there and you have a lot of opportunity. It's hard to say, no, I'm going to put this thing first. Were there things from the podcast that you have taken like straight into your business?
Yes. Again, this idea, and we talked about that earlier, that someone else's urgency is not my urgency. Most of the women that I spoke to are working moms. And this is
That's a big deal.
Yes. And this is such a key age. I don't want to miss a moment for my children. And I love that I can do drop off and pick up at school and do meetings in between and go to Disneyland for 2 days, as we just did. And, you know, volunteer to serve hot lunch at school or be the chaperone for the kindergarten field
you're
trip.
So good. You're making me look so bad.
No, stop that.
I
You
never
are-
volunteer.
Well, you can start.
No, I cannot. I don't want to.
Well, then you're listening.
But you know, this is, and I think that this is a really important point because people often say to me, you know, Emma, like, is it bad that I go and drop my kids every day? Is it bad that I want to volunteer? I'm like, no, you have to do what you want to do.
What feels right
You
for
have
you.
to do the thing that makes
Yes.
your heart sing in the morning. For me, it's like, I don't want to volunteer, so I don't. But there's lots of other things that for me are just non-negotiables, right? It's like, I like to put my kids' outfits together. I'm crazy about their packed lunches. Now I don't pack them, but it's like I know what's in every lunch every day because that's just the type of person I am.
I
so
love
you have
packing
to
the
choose.
lunchbox.
You do?
Yes, that's like
Stop it, Megan. No, you don't. Do you
Yes,
do?
I
But you said, do you like make shapes and like make it look all beautiful? Is it a sprinkle situation? Are we putting?
Sometimes.
Oh my god!
I love.
My kids are all going to move into your house.
No, stop. I think, but look, to your point, like that sounds ridiculous, but I love it. At the end of a long day, the kids are down to bed at like 7-ish. And I can go downstairs, have a glass of wine. I'm doing their little lunch, but I find joy in it for whatever reason.
And it can be therapeutic.
Yes. So that for me is one of my simple pleasures. So I'm like, oh my gosh, that works for me. What works for you works for you. But I think with all of the projects that I had going at the same time and how much the valuation that I put on time with my family is so high.
It's critical.
It matters so much to both my husband and I that, I just wouldn't trade that for anything. And so I think it's really important to have that conversation with yourself, especially if you're ambitious, to say, all of these things are exciting to me and I can do all of them well enough.
Mm-hmm.
But can you do all of them exceptionally well?
Wow.
Probably not. No. Something is going to not get the same love and attention that it needs. And so to be able to say, what's my focus right now? My family always and growing as ever. And to be able to be so committed to those two things fills my cup in a very different way. Because there's time for the rest of it.
Yeah, there's going to be time.
Yeah.
There's nothing in you though that's like, there's
It's
like
perfect.
this little thing over here that I could possibly do because I struggle with that. I love starting new projects, and a new project for me, it's like very, very, very hard to turn down.
Yeah.
So, and again, I say the same thing to you. It's like when you have so much opportunity, it must be difficult to just go like, that's not a priority.
I mean, I love the creation stage.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, now that I can see with more dedicated focus on the brand, knowing our trajectory, looking at the business plan, being able to pinpoint where these key moments are going to be, I can also very comfortably say, as this continues to grow to where I want it to scale, what's my next thing going to be? Mm. Because that dreaming phase and daydreaming,
key.
It's really key, I think, to keep your creative juices flowing. And that doesn't go anywhere. And I think a lot of that is what I'm excited about for the next phase.
What's the common thread as you were going through Confessions of a Female Founder? What do you think the common thread was with the entrepreneurs that you interviewed in terms of like successful founders, the way they think about strategy? Did you find anything that you were like, they all have this?
They all, no matter their background, they all were incredibly focused. They all have regrets. They all have regrets. Most of them regretting not spending more time with their family, or taking things personally.
She can't answer the question.
Exactly. Emma's like, she's still asking her the same question.
Mm-hmm.
Saying it differently.
She did. She asked her the same question.
She's still going like, I'm still asking you the same question over and over again. I'm trying to say it differently, but she's still answering the same question.
Focus. That's what they got in common. Focus.
Yeah. Sorry, my cat is meowing in the background. Sorry, everybody.
Mm-mm.
My cat is answering the question for her. My cat can actually answer the question better than Meghan.
It is so sad. Listen to her Comment.
A lot of them
That's a
talk
big
about
one.
that. You know, you
Do
have
you do that?
taking things personally. Yeah, of course. I'm human. And that can be really hard. So you can do all the practices and things that you want to do, but at the end of the day, you're still human. You're still going to cry. You're still going to take something to heart, especially if you poured so much of yourself into it.
Yeah.
You know, when I want the jam spread thin, I mean spread thin on toast.
Yes.
Right? I mean,
Yes.
I want
Liar.
everything that I'm thinking about that I have poured my heart and soul into. It's not
You
just
liar.
jam.
You know you didn't want that jam spreading like a soup. Cause Russell Crowe said it looks like soup. Soup.
She just
Trying to
waffles on
say
about
that.
nonsense.
She's trying to say that she wanted it spreaded like that. That's what she's trying to tell us. Because
Yeah,
people
Isabella.
talk about it really bad.
Yeah, Isabella. Yeah, my cat's just like, leave this. My cat's going to just leave this one alone. Okay.
Honestly, she's fine. She's not loud. She sounds really pretty.
Yeah.
But I just go and make a preserve somewhere and stick my name on it? Of course. Not what I wanted
That's
to
not
do. So I loved that it was winning all these blind taste tests. And I loved that people loved it. Oh, I was making that in my kitchen. That's how you'd feel if you're at my house. Thank you.
There she go, patting herself on the back and trying to lie and say people liked it. It passed the taste test, saying that it was good. People said it was sour.
What has that got to even do with the question?
It doesn't.
Nothing to do with the question.
That's
you interviewed all of these female founders. What did you learn? What was the common thread from all of them? And she's going about taste test for her jam. Oh. I must listen.
It works. And so if there's some hiccup along the way that doesn't land in the same way, even like in a small internal team on how it's tracking, I go, well, okay, all right. I was really excited about it, but let's think about how we can make this something that really works at scale, because I don't want this to be a niche product line. But yes, taking things personally is a human reaction.
You know, it's so interesting because the more I am doing this podcast, and it's interesting because it seems to be just the men, they talk about how much fun they have, like in the deal, in the failure, but like they're just like, that's fun to me. Like not like in the, I'm having fun doing my business day to day, like the hard stuff and how fun that is.
Wow.
And I think that to me, it has, it's just so interesting because as women, we tend to take things so much more personally. And that means when things don't go well, or when you have those inevitable failures, or when, you know, like whatever, like it doesn't, you have a bad drop, you have a bad product, you have something that kind of, you know, shit hits the fan, whatever it is, that becomes about us. And I feel like I've trained myself to say, like, that's not me, that's that thing, right? It's like that thing didn't work. It's not like I didn't
That's
work.
good advice.
I couldn't make it happen. And it just struck me somewhat, like the couple of men that have been on this podcast, and I've made a point to make sure that I have a lot of men here, because I think we have so much to learn from all of these very, very successful men. And that mindset to me really struck me, because I was like, wow, you're having fun and you are definitely not taking these failures as your own. It's just like,
You're like,
on to the
I'm
next
crying in
one.
the corner and you're
right.
having
It's
a
like,
toast.
you're just like moving up,
having a
having
drink.
toast and jam. Like they're just getting on with it. And I thought that there's a real distinction in that somehow, that, you know, it's not about them. They can easily just say like, this was something that happened.
I think inherently, probably just listening to what you're saying, as women, and maybe that's part of that conditioning from when we're young, we're more people pleasing as well. So in leadership, you want everyone to like you.
Yeah, you can't be a people pleaser and a leader.
Well, yeah. And
you can't.
No, and I think ultimately one of the biggest lessons that you can learn, no matter if it's in high school, because it will still feel big, or in a high profile position, or just as a business leader, no, there's not a single person in the world that everyone's going to like. So the goal cannot be that everyone likes you. The goal can be that everyone respects you. And as a woman, to make peace with that, I think can be a life's work, frankly. But the moment that can click, and that you aren't, as I've said before, in the prove it game, where you're not trying to prove something to everyone.
They don't respect you, Meghan. I don't remember them respecting her. You?
Meghan, people see you for what you are. People will always see you for what you are. If you are a good person and a respectable person, then people will see that and they will like you. When they see you as somebody who lies and a massive bully, who is a bully who is known around the world, who's got articles written about you and books written about how bad you are, people are not going to like you. It's a very simple thing. Be a good person and people will like you for it. They will see you for it and they will like you. Be a bad person and people won't like you. They will see that you're a bad person and they won't like you. It's a very simple thing.
They will not like you, girl. It is so simple to be liked. It really is. It's so easy. You just have to be a good person, like Dictator said. It is sad.
Everybody anymore, that you're very clear on who you are. You know your intention is pure and good, that you can release a lot of that attachment and ultimately be much more successful, because many men would not be tethered to this idea of needing everyone to like them.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really important point. You speak a lot about financial literacy, and I know that you're interested in that space from an investment point of view.
Of course.
What's your own relationship to money like? Because that is one of the things that really evolves the older that you get. And so I wonder what that feels like now as you enter this new journey as a founder.
I think my background really informs this. I grew up clipping coupons. I was always money conscious, always looking for a sale, right? In high school, college, always finding the promo code. I still go on Retail Me Not before I buy something online to see if there's a promo code, even if it's free shipping.
Right,
I'm just ingrained and wired in that way. And then as an audition,
when you was over in England and when you was taking the king's money and going to buy that $90,000 dress, was you thinking about clipping a coupon then? You didn't think let me get something a little bit more cheaper? And then why didn't Harry say, listen, here's the budget. This is what you can get with the budget. Out of the budget, that's it. Well, maybe they thought she would be reasonable. They didn't think she was going to go cuckoo talking about coupons and clipping this and clipping that. She said, how are you with money?
Yeah, when it's somebody else's money, she burns through it. When it's hers, she's got to do coupons because she can't earn any money. She's never earned any of her own money. That's why she's doing coupons when it's her own money, because she doesn't have any. When it's other people's money, she just burns through it all so quickly.
Right. Exactly.
auditioning actor, you never know when your next paycheck is coming. So you're very, very mindful of spending. And so I've been very financially responsible for a long time. And I've applied that in a lot of ways where, yes, even if there is incredible capital.
Everything. She's not a failure at nothing. Everything is perfect. She's done everything perfect. Hasn't she, Dictator?
Yeah.
She has not done anything wrong in this.
Little Miss Perfect.
I'm very responsible with money. I'm very good at doing this. I'm excellent at that. That's like I'm the expert when it comes to this over here. And don't even mention that because I know how that is. And I'm perfect with this. Like it's like
she says one thing, like, this is the thing again with the identity politics. Women are trained as a young child to not talk about money. This whole big shebang about money literacy and women are not good with money and they're trained as young children on the one hand, and then but not me though. I was great with money as a child. I learned it as a child. you contradict yourself. When it's other women, they're trained to not. They're not good with money. But I am though. It's everybody else.
Right. She just said we wasn't taught. We wasn't taught to talk about money.
Yeah.
It seems like she's asked her this question already.
She's just repeating herself in just many different ways.
Yeah. That's right, Melissa.
Exactly, Melissa. Spot on.
She's got a prince, and now she's trying to prove to the world she is valuable to everyone else. Yes, she's trying very hard, but she's falling flat with it. It reeks of desperate. Look at my resume. It just feels like she's just giving me her resume, and it's not working. It's falling flat. She has no idea what she is talking about. Spoiled brat. Plenty of roll dish. Lizzie, Emma asked Meg a question. Meg would ignore her questions. She will not answer her questions. She won't. She's not answering them. Lizzie.
To be able to work with to build the brand, I still want to make fiscally wise decisions that are in the best interest of the brand. I'm not frivolous in spending. It's
not in you.
It's not in me. No, it's not in me. And so I think that is part of the learning when you have a large partner as well, that there's more comfort in numbers going out the door, whereas I would go, well, hold on a minute.
Wait a minute.
Hold on a minute. I have a friend that can do
Netflix money.
No, like I have a friend that can do that. What's the quote on that? And
I think that's a great way for you to approach it, though. I mean, that feels so responsible and exactly as you should be running a startup. Because again, I think there was a time that we were all feeling very, very different in businesses, like just chasing growth and, trying to get as big as possible. But it feels to me like what you're trying to build isn't necessarily about that. You have a distinct product and a distinct offering that you're putting out into the world. And so you have to tinker with that. You have to get it just right. And you have to do things that you're really proud of.
Yes, incredibly proud of. And also when you're not trying to be trend driven, there's a rush to jump on a trend. There's no rush if you're working towards something that could ultimately and hopefully become a heritage brand.
Yes.
When you're looking for what is like my personal aesthetic, I find it to be classic, timeless. There is a reason that I'm sure there was puff sleeves were cool and trendy for a moment. I didn't catch that trend. I wasn't doing that.
You were still in your white button down.
I was still in my crisp white button down and jeans. And so, when I look at the brand through that same lens, I think it's really important to say then there isn't the same sense of urgency and rush because you're not trying to meet a moment. You're trying to meet something that can be evergreen.
Yeah, you're doing something that's
idea what she's talking about
and has tradition and it's.
I'm lost. I'm completely lost. I don't know what that she's talking about.
Yeah, I don't either.
I got lost somewhere. I'm trying to concentrate and I just got lost.
You want me to go back a step?
No. No. Can't go through it again.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep going. I think we're at the end.
Oh.
And like you said, it's an evergreen proposition that's just going to keep growing and growing.
Yes.
Sounds like it will be a wonderful business.
Thank you.
A business for the long term.
Thank you.
What are you most proud of in your career when you think about everything that you've done today?
In my career?
Yeah. In your career and your business life.
Investing in myself. I'd spent so many years since we came over here, really, even prior to that, investing in the success of other women and their companies. And I love being able to do that as we talked about with fashion. And I loved being able to have a portfolio, female founders. But I do think it takes a little bit of courage to bet on yourself. And that's felt really good.
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does. What's the most surprising thing that you've learned about yourself as you've been in this brand building moment of your life?
that I can bounce back pretty easily, because you can have the best laid plans for your brand. And if you are too attached to it, when you do have to pivot, that can be crushing. And to learn that, as I was saying earlier, it's a dance. Okay, well, let's take a minute, get our footing, and dance over here. Yeah. Let's twirl over there. So I think, similar to what you're saying about men in business, being able to find the playfulness and joy in it, even though the stakes are high.
Yes.
Just really try to have fun in all of it.
It's a great muscle to try and train yourself, like to get there.
Yeah, to be playful in it.
Yeah. Who are your idols?
Me.
If you could tell her for me, please.
Oh, I'll tell her.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you know her? Have you met her?
Oh my God. Meghan.
Have you met her?
Okay, I met her once.
Okay.
Like very recently.
How'd it go?
I'm so annoyed with myself. I don't even know why I'm telling this story. So I know Gail really well.
She's great.
And I'm at like DVF has an Oscar luncheon. I'm feeling good. It's like I've had a hard week, but I was feeling good. I look good. And I see Gail, and next to Gail is Oprah. And I'm like, and she doesn't lip read me. So I run up to Gail.
Okay.
And I'm like, you have to introduce me to Oprah. And by this point, she's gone far. She's gone up the hill. And so Gail screams Oprah! And I'm like, oh my God. And so everybody, the whole party turns to look at me. Oprah's walking towards me. And, in my head, I've been preparing for this conversation my whole life. I have sunglasses on. I don't take the sunglasses off.
Oh,
I sweat profusely. She's holding my hand, and I don't even remember what I said. And I was like, oh no, that wasn't my Oprah moment. That wasn't it.
But you'll have
that for
another
me.
moment.
There'll be listen,
Yes.
I'm 100% sure. I'm channeling her into me. I know I'll have another
You
moment.
come up to Montecito for lunch. We can plan a lunch.
Oh my God,
Would that
I've
be
just
fun? And you
scored
can plan
myself a
all the
date. That's
things
it.
that
We
you
can
wanna
finish the
say.
podcast now. Bye. But is there anyone that gives you the Oprah sweats like I got? Or maybe not the sweats, just someone that you admire or you just find so intriguing or whatever it might be.
Oh gosh, there's so many people in business, male and female. We talked about Melody Hobson. I admire her so much. Her business acumen. I think there's probably too many to count. And a lot of it also comes down to there are going to be people that are so well known. And then they're close friends that value their privacy in a different way that I want to say their names so badly right now. But one of my idols is my very best friend. She's the godmother to our children.
Oh.
I love how she carries herself in business. I think she is just a remarkable human being. So it's important to say that the idols that exist on a very large scale, there's value there without question. But you can sometimes look at the people that are right in front of you and see them as idols as well.
Yeah. Listen, life gets really good when you are like that with your idols, when they're in your life.
Yeah.
And that's something that you can say with honesty. I think that's pretty impressive, actually. I really do. Looking ahead, what audacious goal do you have that you are looking forward to and is on your mind right now?
Oh, goodness. The scale of this business. I don't know if that's an audacious goal. Is it audacious?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll take that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take that.
And then what comes after that?
What does come after that? Do you have do you know what you want to be doing in the next 10 years?
Not exactly, but probably in the wheelhouse of what it could be. I want to continue to work with really strong, creative people. I want to tap into the audience and the demographic that's with me in that present moment. And so this is one chapter. Life has many chapters. And you have to think, and the next 10 years, we're both going to be in our 50s. Get excited. It's going to be great.
Are you excited?
Yeah. Would you ever do your 20s again? Hard no.
I can't even get the words out.
No.
My 20s are choking me. Absolutely not, never.
No. So girls, enjoy your 20s right now.
Yeah,
if it's hard, don't worry. It will pass.
You do that. It will pass.
I think the 50s are going to be great. That will be a different audience I'm speaking to, or they will have grown with me.
You're not any audience.
Yeah, I'm sort of noodling on what I want to do then. And that planning starts now.
That planning really starts now.
Yeah.
Finally, what advice would you give your younger self about ambition, about purpose, about public life? What would you say?
That is such a full question.
Go on, give me a full answer.
Oh my goodness. Well, I would say that life is full of surprises, and also that life is short, And I really believe that no matter what anyone is going through, that if you are able to say that, yes, this is going to pass, or this is amazing and let's really embrace it, that you're ultimately going to have that perspective we talked about earlier. You know that Khalil Gibran book, A Tear and a Smile?
Oh, it's such a good one.
You need both.
It's such a good one.
You need both in this life. And I think the moment that you can recognize that both are going to be true in your life, you can not just be in acceptance of it, you can actually be in gratitude for it. And to see what others might say is, I don't know, Jordan has a great quote, and I'm going to butcher it, but he literally says, like, there are no failures, because every time I failed, I was learning something. So you're actually winning, because that knowledge is what you carry with you. So I think, yeah, my younger self, gosh, she was my 15-year-old self. She was class president. She was multicultural club president. She was so busy. And
there she go. Class president, multicultural and in it, doing it, busy doing it. And
I was milk monitor. I was
the valedictorian. I was prom queen.
CEO of the school. I was I did all the accounts, budget, all of it.
All of it.
Did you hear when she said, I admire so many people, but I admire their privacy?
Yeah.
I can't say their name. In other words, she doesn't know anybody, and she doesn't
don't know
have
anybody.
I can't say it because they have privacy. What? In other words, you haven't got any friends and you've got no idols. Is basically what you're saying.
Zero. No one. And she should have just said as much. But that'll make her vain, like you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my 15-year-old self would be really proud of me today. I do. And that makes me happy.
No,
So,
she wouldn't.
Thanks.
I have no doubt.
Thanks.
No.
She would not be proud of you. She'd be trying to figure out how the hell you get here.
What are you currently aspiring for in your business life?
Success, not just financial success, emotional success.
Great answer. And what are you currently aspiring for in your personal life?
Success, emotional success. Yeah. Happiness.
What is a book that changed your life?
Ooh, Atomic Habits.
It's a good one.
It is a great book.
It's a great book.
Yeah, Atomic Habits, The Four Agreements.
Oh, another really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different
Both on my
ends of the
list. I was just
spectrum.
going to total different ends of the spectrum, but equally
Teachable moments.
valuable. Yeah, really, really teachable. What's something that you valued when you were starting out that you no longer value?
It's not that I no longer value it, but decision by committee. Meaning when you're like, do you think it's good? 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 Do you like that? Do you think it's good? Well, if you start asking everybody all the time, you will be dizzy with the ideas of it. So instead, ask your two trusted people or three, whatever your handful of your
little committee,
your consigliere is, and then trust yourself.
You are so
What's something that you value now that you didn't back in the day?
Giving myself permission to take the space and the time that I need.
Shut up.
Oh,
space for
God.
grace.
Oh,
Giving
my
yourself
God.
a minute until
This
you
is
feel
so
clear,
hard.
until you feel confident is key.
hard.
And at the beginning, I probably did feel a little bit more like, okay, well, this expectation. And the moment that you can just like rejig that, I appreciate that I'm there now.
I love that one. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is
you,
fun.
my dear. So good. Thanks for joining me on the Aspire podcast. For more strategies on how to build the life of your dreams, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Oh, God. That was
made
so
it.
hard.
We made it, guys. We made it through.
Oh, Lord.
Guess what? We have a treat. I have a treat for you guys for getting over that. We won't discuss it.
Yeah, no, let's. How can you discuss it? It's nonsense.
It is. It's really bad. We're gonna do one more small one, And then I'm gonna let you guys go. Okay, this is funny.
I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be in a minute.
Okay, great. Okay, here it is. Guys, Tyler Perry is in trouble. He's gonna get a whooping. He put them all right. Okay, I'm pausing it. I'm waiting on Dictator. We will do this. The way she dresses. Poor interviewer. It was bad. Oh. Yeah, she couldn't even name him. What's your idol? She named the lady with the book. I'm so sleepily listening to the lies. I'm bored, Megan. Shut up. I know. Finally got through that. What a career in business life. Crawling up men to the next more useful male is not a career gold digger. It was bad. Be happy. So this is the reviews. This was bad. He's saying nothing. Let's work in the hospitals. Let's be happy. Please subscribe and hit the like button, please. Hit the subscribe button.
Oh.
Thank you. And those in the bushes.
That was hard. That was so hard.
Guys, I did hear about Maggie losing her channel.
Yeah. Oh, is she gone? Is she gone?
Yeah. No. She got another channel. Yeah.
I thought if you got banned, you weren't allowed. Oh, I thought you weren't allowed to create another one. Oh.
Yeah, she had a channel before, I guess, and she's using that channel. But it's not, I don't think she's making money off of it, she said.
Good.
And, yeah.
Karma's a bitch, man. Karma's a bitch.
It is. It really is. And I want to thank Danny for helping me keep mine.
Well done, Danny.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. She's awesome. Guys, check her out, Danny Robinson. She's got a great platform.
So what's going to happen with you? Will the strikes come off?
They're still on there for now. I think Danny said that I believe she said to me that they would just come off automatically.
90 days, I think it is, something like that.
I think she said 10.
Yeah.
But
well done. Well done, everybody.
Yeah. I'll check it again in a month. They probably close on the weekend, so I'll check it again Monday. I don't know how YouTube works, but I'm just waiting on it. It's still on there, but I'm waiting on it to go off, It's still showing 4 strikes. She said today she didn't mean to do it.
Well, she'll say that now. She's lost her channel. Now she's feeling the effects of what she's done. Of course she'll say that, but it's too late now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I would miss this. I was like, I hope you don't lose this channel because I would have missed this. I would miss all these.
Oh, I know. We have a great time here.
We do.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do proper wise guy. Then we'll let you guys go. Let's see what he's saying.
It is not going well. It is off the rails. All right. Every decision seems to be worse than the next. First of all, let's get this right out in the open. Not only does she have like a breakdown in the trailer of all things, nothing goes her way in this trailer. All right. This is an experience that Meghan Markle has never even had to come close to experiencing. And this is just in the trailer. On top of that, there are so many bizarre connections here. Okay. We're going to get to a lot of things, on top of which, in my investigation into this trailer and this whole Fugazi, this whole the psyop, this whole operative situation that's going from bad to worse, if that's even a possibility.
Wow.
I have discovered, like Jacques Cousteau here, I have discovered something that was anticipated to be a fake, a false flag operation. Technically, it's a false finger operation. Turns out it might have been legitimate. All right, because there is going to be a discovery here. You thought me finding the heels in the pregnancy hospital video was a discovery, folks. I have broken new ground here that you're not going to believe. Let's get into this.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shall we shot now or shall we shot?
Feeling it. All right, here we go. Don't be fooled by the rock that I got. I'm still making from the get. I used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I go, I know where I came from. Don't be fooled by the rock that I got. I'm just making from the yacht. Used to have a little, now I got a lot. No matter where I go, I know where H is.
So my parents named me Rachel Meghan Markle.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Folks, how you doing? How you feeling? How's everything going? Listen, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being part of this show. Who loves you, baby? Listen, you guys are the best, all right? Let's cut the hooey. You guys' comments are on point. You guys are funny. We got a great crowd here. We got a great crowd. Let me tell you that. We got a great crowd. Look, folks, there is so many connections and so much weirdness to this whole diabolical thing. First of all, let's cover this, okay? Meghan Markle, in my opinion, Meghan Markle, I believe, is starting to swim so close. She's dipping her toes. Well, technically, a normal person would dip their toe into a pool, okay, and like to check the water. Normally the big toe. And now you can't really say that with the Shiesty Meisty because all the toes are big. And technically the second toe is bigger than the big toe, but that's, look, I'm getting off track. My point is this. She's not really dipping her foots, her pontoons, or jet skis into a pool, more like an ocean. Okay, but that would make more sense. She is swimming in that Kim Kardashian pool or ocean, whatever. I'm telling you, she's in it. Now, segue this, okay? Segue this. You got to put a pin in this because this is all related here. Kim Kardashian and Kim Kardashian's mother, Kris Jenner, okay, follow this, took a photo where they were both really, it wasn't like a photo where they just took a photo and they both are just kind of like, okay, we're taking a photo. They were really excited to take a photo with Dorito Conchito Consuelos Gonzalez, the scat champion of 1962, not New Orleans, Louisiana, all right, who later fell on hard times. Things didn't go well. She, sometimes you hang with the wrong crowd. You get in with the wrong crowd. She made some bad decisions.
No, it's still on
there. She ended up selling that world championship trophy at a pawn shop in New Orleans for $7. That's not the point. The point is they both leaned in to take a good photo with Dorito Conchito Consuelos Gonzalez. All right. Doritos at this big shindig deal. Shiesty Meisty wasn't even there. But they're really taking a photo with her. Now, think about this too. If I would have said to you 8 years ago, you know what? Prince Harry is going to be on a ski trip with just him and this dude. Who's the dude? It's going to be Kris Jenner's alleged boyfriend.
Funny.
Who dresses very effeminate and likes to wear like pearl necklaces and shit. And these two dopes are going to, by the way, who used to be Justin Bieber's manager allegedly and was also connected to Diddy. they're going to go on a ski vacation together, just him and H. If I would have told you that 8 years ago, you'd have been like, get the hell out of it. What's that? Never going to happen. It's never going to happen in a million years. He's not going to be around these losers. Yes, he is. They went on a ski trip together. Don't forget that connection, okay? Because there's a lot going on here. Oh, please. What's the big deal? Just two fellas, my security, of course, and maybe a half a gallon of Elizabeth Arden cream. I mean, what could go wrong? I mean, we were skiing. There's a possibility of frostbite. You know what I mean? I had to check. You never know. Listen. So he goes. So then on top of which, so they take a photo with Dorito. You got H skiing with Kris Jenner's alleged boyfriend. Okay, you want to talk about swimming in the ocean with?
Feels like we saw this.
Now she goes on this lady, Emma, Grind, whatever. She goes on this lady's podcast. Now I don't know nothing about this lady. However, I did a little quick search. Turns out she's an 8% stakeholder of Skims with Kims, which was allegedly Spanx, and they decided to do one or two different things to it. And all of a sudden became Skins. And don't forget, this is Kim Kardashian, who also, in her brilliance, was trying to trademark the name kimono. Okay? Oh my God. Can we kimono? They won't let me. Japan won't let me have that. They've only been using it for 4,000 years. What's the big deal? Oh my God. It's kimono. Get it? I'm Kim. It's a kimono. It doesn't make any sense. It's shapewear. A kimono is like a loose fitting robe. Nothing makes sense. Okay, fine. She's like, what about ninja or sushi or sayonara? Does any of that work? No? Okay. Oh my God, whatever. Listen, so now here's another thing. Okay, so now we've got that, all the connections drilled out, okay? Now, you know that Shiesty is getting ready to go into reality something, okay? I'm telling you, they're getting close, all right? She did this stupid thing with the H the other day, this grainy 1965 home movies that they've got. All of that, I still got to do another video on that after you guys' comments and a little more looking. That's a whole nother story. Anyways, I'm telling you, she's getting ready to. They're gearing her in that direction. Okay, that's where it's going. So she goes on this podcast, but this goes terribly wrong, just like every other decision that they've made lately. I don't know if this is the new team. I don't know who this is, but everything goes wrong. Now let's get right to the video here. I know I've had to make all these connections. Oh, and by the way, here's another thing. There's going to be something that comes to light here that we previously, or at least I previously, thought was a fake photo. Okay, and let's get into it. All right. So this is one of the trailers. Okay. Now, right off the bat, you've got Scheissmeist. First of all, this yacht does not wear blue, dark blue, navy blue, whatever the hell this is. Okay, beige, brown, eggshell, tan, whatever, anything but blue. Okay. She's in blue, and there's a reason why. All right. By the way, she loves swinging this left paw all over the place, trying to hit the camera person in the bowls. All right, here we go. She's got this suit on like she's going to work. She's like, oh my God, this is like I'm on the set of Suits. Just I remember. Suits too big. Again, by the way, segue again. The Drew Barrymore, same bullshit on the Drew Barrymore. Same deal, same look, same thing. Exactly the same thing. Okay. Big pantsuit, the whole deal. Okay. Now she comes up here, right? Now you got to pay attention to this. Right here is the discovery, folks. She's got these fingers right here, right? Instead of grabbing it like a normal person, she has these ET fingers here. She's got ET toes, ET finger toes. We pointed this out. I've done many research on this. Her toes point up to the sky, all that other stuff. But she's got ET fingers, okay? Now, watch this. Remember that, I'll put it up. Remember the Girl Scout cookie photo where she had her fingers up in finger quotes holding the box with the other digits. And I'm like, who in the hell would hold a box like that? Turns out that might be legitimate because this is her thing, right? She grabs things weird. Look, both the fingers are up.
She's gonna spill it.
Just like the air quotes, just like she was holding the box. It might be real. She really does have ET fingers. Okay?
All right, we're gonna shut it down.
Now, she's also, here's the deal. Not only does she have buttons up here, buttons here, she's got buttons all over the place, right? Oh, please. H is the legendary button twirler of all time, right? World champion. She's also got the Peaky Blinders vest on here. Okay. If this outfit couldn't look more manly, now she's got a vest on here. What's next? A pocket watch. Okay. Takes a sip of the tea, right? Look at the fingers. Something's up with the fingers. They don't want to make contact. They don't want to make contact. Now she spills the tea, and this is like, oh, get it? We're spilling the tea. Like, oh my God, that's so hysterical. Okay. Then it goes into this whole thing. Now watch this. Now here's part 2 of this whole shindig. All right. You ready for this? Check this out. So she's grabbing the tea. Now this is a totally different shot because look at the fingers now. Okay. This is a totally different shot. Who knows? With her, she probably had to do 100 of them. Oh my God, it's not good enough. By the way, we're going to break this down too. So she spills.
Careful, Meghan.
Now look who's mainly in the frame here. And look who's standing. She is playing second fiddle. This lady's running the show. And she's not used to it. And she don't like it. All right?
The tea is hot.
Okay. Now she is taking the lead. This is the alpha. This is the omega right here. Okay. Okay, bang. Now watch this. Okay. Now let's break this down. All right, so check this out. So I don't know anything about this lady other than I just looked up their percentages of the Skims thing. Okay. However, her husband, his name is Jens. He seems like the majority stakeholder, whatever. This lady, Emma, owns 8.
Okay, we're gonna pause it there.
That was the biggest build-up to an absolutely nothing interview. She won't spill the tea. It's going to be amazing to what was the most boring crap interview ever.
It was very boring. She's a very boring interviewer. This is how boring she is. Her podcast is boring. Her Limonado is boring. Her As Ever cooking show is boring. Everything is boring.
Got nothing to her.
Yeah. She doesn't have what it takes to be whatever she's trying to be, unless she invents something, and there's nothing she can invent.
No. I'm going to do something exciting now. Clean my bathroom. That's more exciting. Cleaning my bathroom than that blooming podcast that Meghan was on.
I'm going to call out the winner of I'm Going to Bed. Let me go here. But before I go, I want to announce the winner. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the podcast. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, check your girl out. I'll be back tomorrow. The like button, subscribe. Okay, the winner is Lizzie. Lizzie, you're the winner tonight. Let's give it up for Lizzie.
Well done, Lizzie.
Susan, you're next. Isabella, you're third. Babette, you're fourth. Meg Soon, you're fifth. Pow Wow is sixth. Snowdrop is 7. Plenty of Royal Dish is 8. Doodoo Bird is 9. And Helen B is 10. And Dictator, you are 11.
I'm in the bottom.
Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful day, evening, whatever time it is. And kisses to you all. Mwah.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Mom.